Tonight on Nobody Knows Anything, it's election night again. Will creeping communism in the Midwest, generational change, and a whole lot of Democratic infighting, all that and more tonight on Nobody Knows Anything.
Nobody knows anything.
You might notice my trusty sidekick, Rob Flaherty, is not here yet, but he will be imminently. And in the meantime, we've got more important, more interesting, and better informed guests anyways. And without further ado, let me bring in the first one here. I've got Holly Otterbein from Axios, who's been on the ground reporting in Wisconsin, although now is presumably trapped in a closet somewhere. Holly, how you doing tonight?
I'm doing good. How you doing, Jesse?
Good. Excited to bring you in. You had some great reporting from the ground. I think the big event, the main event of tonight is, of course, the Wisconsin governor race and the primary where Francesca Hong and her abundant posting career are in the spotlight. Tell me what you saw on the ground this week. Like, what are you looking out for tonight? What are the vibes, et cetera, et cetera?
Yeah, I went out there last Wednesday and Thursday and followed her around to a few stops. And my biggest takeaway was that it was a different race online than it was on the ground. Obviously, last week, the internet was consumed by her, calls to cancel Thanksgiving that she had posted in the past, which she has now said that Thanksgiving is actually her favorite holiday. And a number of other posts also came under fire to defund the police. Again, she's walked those back as well. But on the trail, it was totally different. I mean, she was kind of trying to market this like softer side of socialism. At nearly every event that I went to, she was talking about the, quote unquote, publicly owned Green Bay Packers was how she would refer to them. She was reminding voters of sewer socialism's history in Wisconsin. And, she was getting pretty big crowds, including in pretty far-flung places, like little diners. And yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, like, this is one of the things that I think is so interesting about this race is that she clearly has built a movement here. And I think sort of before, all of a sudden she was kind of thrust into the spotlight and Fox News was wall-to-wall coverage of all of her worst tweets, it was kind of remarkable what was happening on the ground in Wisconsin. She was running away with this race, came out of nowhere. I think people expected Mandela Barnes to be among the front runners, along with Sarah Rodriguez, who ultimately dropped out, the current lieutenant governor. But regardless of who was in at various points in the race, like Hong was running away with this thing. And so there is this kind of contrast between the caricature that has been painted over the past 10 days, which I would argue that she has contributed to a little bit on her own by, going on this media tour and kind of stumbling over herself here and there. But I again, like, very clear that there is something real happening on the ground there. And yeah, curious, like, a lot of the narrative this week has been, Democrats are freaking out, like she's expected to win tonight, but like, what does that mean for the general election? Playbook reporting this morning that there's going to be a full revamp of the staff, and people are aware of how the deficiencies here. Was that palpable on the ground as you talk to Democratic operatives and whatnot?
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt there's a ton of panic within the party over Hong. I mean, what I think was particularly notable as I did my reporting was that was true even among progressive strategists and leaders. As everybody knows, Bernie Sanders and AOC did not endorse her in her primary. She kind of brushed that off when I asked her about it. And, she said that, they're focused on other things, essentially trying to win back Congress. But the concern sort of ran across the entire ideological spectrum. And that was partly because of all of those posts, partly because of her, lack of communication skills on TV, and her sort of mealy-mouthed answers that she gave, particularly at first when she was asked about these old posts. I think it's probably also partly because she doesn't seem to have as many connections to kind of national politics as some of the other lefties that we've seen be successful. People like Abdul El Sayed, who sort of carefully, worked over the course of like almost a decade to build up his profile, work with Bernie Sanders. He was a surrogate on the Sanders campaign in 2020, et cetera, et cetera. Like she's sort of coming out of nowhere in many ways. And I think doesn't have a lot of those national ties that some of these other lefties who have been successful have.
Yeah, and a lot of hay has been made over the last couple days about Bernie Sanders and AOC both being on national TV, Sunday shows, and being asked about Francesca Hong. And, Bernie kind of said, I met her a couple of years ago. She was a very nice woman. And AOC similarly staying out of the race. Like, what do you make of that? I guess, broadly, what do you make of that? But also, do you think AOC is hesitant to be tied to, she's kind of all in Michigan, where I think there's some risk as well with Abdul El Sayed, but he's clearly a much more polished candidate. What do you make of those guys staying on the sidelines?
I mean, I would point out that AOC has been very strategic about her endorsements in general, right? She didn't endorse Graham Plattner, for instance, even as like Bernie Sanders did, and so many other progressives and moderates, frankly, did as well, right? She stayed out the entire time. She's been pretty selective about House races that she gets involved into. Obviously upset some New York progressives when she didn't get behind the Mamdani slate. For the House that was successful. And, when I've talked to people who are close to her, what I've learned is that she doesn't look at people just based on ideology. That's not solely how she makes those endorsement decisions. It's really about who she thinks can win. And so that's just what I would point to, when you look at the fact that she hasn't endorsed Hong. I don't know if it's actually possible for her to distance herself from Hong, as she's sort of taking these steps to a potential presidential campaign. Like, if Hong wins the primary, which is what is expected, she's going to be everywhere. I mean, Fox is already trailing her nonstop, right? She's a socialist running for governor of Wisconsin. Like, it's going to be tough. And, despite all of the Democratic freakout, which is substantial, there are signs that the party is willing to get behind her. We can get into that later, but it's largely because of who she's running against, Tom Tiffany. The Wisconsin Democratic Party is planning a unity event already tomorrow. And the DGA spoke to them last week. They said they believed all of their candidates could win. And cited, basically what they called tight polling for all of the contenders against Tom Tiffany, who's the likely Republican nominee. And there's a reason for that, obviously, we can talk about. But Tiffany is, pretty right wing himself.
Yeah, I'm curious what you make of this, like both from your reporting and I guess just analysis. But there seems to be two potential failures here. Maybe both are happening at the same time, but from the establishment wing of the party, it seems like both a tactical failure of kind of epic proportions in this race, given the way that Evers, the governor, has jumped in super late, far too late to do anything, gotten behind a candidate who had dropped out. And now, I think it would be shocking to most people if it's super close tonight, let alone getting over the edge. But I think going back to what I was saying about Hong resonating in such a, breathtaking way, even when there were top tier establishment candidates in the race, there's also this question is like, can the establishment, fire people up in the same way that progressives have? Because it feels like there's also kind of a substantive and messaging issue here beyond the tactical issue. But yeah, what do you make of those two dynamics?
I mean, I don't think there's any question that the establishment failed to unite around an alternative to Hong until the 11th hour. And even now, after Tony Evers, the governor, got behind David Crowley, made clear, he is the top alternative to Hong, there's still a number of other candidates in the race who are dividing, the vote. And it is uncanny. I mean, it's sort of cliche at this point to compare things back to 2016, but there is a comparison there, right, to the 2016 Republican primary, presidential primary, where again, Republican establishment folks, just failed to unite behind a Trump alternative until it was too late, essentially. So, I mean, to your question as to like whether the establishment can fire folks up, I mean, this is clearly a challenge that they're dealing with. They just aren't exciting many people, or some people as much. I think they often struggle to go as viral on social media. I think there is also, and this has been written about a lot, but there is really this trust problem that they have after, Democrats lost twice to Trump. I mean, just talking to voters in Wisconsin, this came up. They just don't seem to believe that the quote unquote establishment has answers anymore for how to defeat Republicans. And one interesting thing too is, we're starting to see the like rise of new progressive media, yourself included, have an impact on Democratic primaries. I talked to one voter in Wisconsin, and he said to me, Hong is actually feared by Republicans. They're afraid of running against her. I said, what's your basis for that? And he pointed to a report by Ken Klippenstein. He's a left-wing reporter, and he reported on a quote unquote leaked memo that purported to show that Republicans were concerned about Hong because they essentially thought, she'd really be able to fire up the base in November. And that report, as it was just sort of laughed off as like a head fake, right? That was like, I think a lot of people believe was planted by Republicans to make people falsely believe that she was a threat. And obviously it runs counter to the fact that Republicans have actually spent money to prop her up, right? Running these ads to essentially, draw attention to her and, potentially help her, which is a signal that they see her as the weakest candidate. So I just thought that was so interesting, that like, and we've seen this in other primaries too, that the rise of this new liberal media, this like fragmented liberal media, is really starting to have a impact on these primaries, I think.
Yeah, that's totally true. And I mean, there are issues, like I think data centers have been a massive, recurring theme of this primary season. And she has really ridden that issue to great success in Wisconsin. And that is the kind of issue that I think you're seeing the sort of horseshoe, unity amongst the MAGA right and the populist left, both super, I mean, I think most people, you're seeing polling in Wisconsin, 80% of voters against, or data centers being built in their neighborhood. But in particular, there's like this populist momentum on both sides of the aisle. So I don't think it's like totally crazy to think that some of the populist economic policy could appeal across partisan lines. At the same time, as you said, the Republican Party has sort of, or their affiliates have put, I don't know, $5 million into making sure that she's the Democratic nominee. Again, I don't think that's why she is doing so well in and of itself, but it's notable that she hasn't had to spend any money of her own because they've been running effectively a prolific television advertising campaign for her. But yeah, and you mentioned like Kelda Roys in particular, the state senator, one of the other establishment candidates still in the race. It is kind of astonishing that, given the existential threat that the establishment apparently views Hong's nomination as, like that they haven't been able to get their act together to even like push their allies out to align behind one candidate. I mean, bit of a disaster, bit of a disaster. Like,
yeah, I mean, to your point, it sort of undercuts the idea that they do feel as though she's a threat, right? I mean, like, I think I wouldn't be surprised if some voters look at the fact that all of those establishment candidates in the field are still there and say, well, wouldn't you have gotten her out, right? I mean, a lot of these voters are like highly engaged and highly tuned in. And, that was another takeaway that I had, is just like, they all seem to be following every in and out of the race. And we're mad actually at, Evers and others trying to put their thumb on the scale, so to speak. I talked to one woman who herself had been a former state party activist, like involved in the state party in the women's caucus. I think she was associate chair, was her position. And she was really ticked off at Evers, particularly him saying that she likely couldn't beat Tiffany. Hong couldn't beat Tiffany in November. She said, is he trying to sabotage us?
Well, this is part of the thing, right? Is like he comes in at the absolute 11th hour, and even after he endorsed, he then had like a 2 week long trade mission in Ghana or something. So he like couldn't actually campaign, which
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what's happening in Ghana that is more important than his successor in terms of the future of Wisconsin economy. But like, yeah, coming in a way where he's clearly not going to successfully clear the field and get someone else, to win the nomination. And at the same time, he's kind of out there saying the woman who is almost certainly going to be the nominee, is very beatable, eminently beatable. But not a great combination. But perhaps, and feel free to. I know you have children to attend to and whatnot, Holly. But I'm going to bring in a man who can probably answer some of these questions for us. Hopefully, the chair of the Wisconsin Democratic Party, Devin Remaker. Devin.
Hey there. How's it going?
Thank you so much for taking time out of what I'm sure is a busy night over there to hang out with us for a little bit.
It helps take the mind off those polls closing jitters. It's
There you
the
go.
moment of uncertainty before great clarity that we're awaiting here in Wisconsin.
There you go. Yeah. So talk to me a little bit. There's some reporting out that you guys have a big unity tour planned regardless of who comes out on top tonight. But yeah, just talk to me a little bit about where things stand, how you're feeling about the race and the party's outlook in November.
Totally. Yeah. So, I mean, WisDems has been neutral throughout this primary process. So that is our time honored tradition here at the Democratic Party of Wisconsin. We let the voters decide the primary and we swing in for the general election. So we've been very focused on the Governor Readiness Project, which was essentially a sort of built in suite of support for all of our potential nominees for governor. And that's culminating basically tomorrow when we're able to unleash sort of the full torrent of support that we've built up here at WisDems. Our year round organizing program that's continued to knock on hundreds of thousands of doors across the state. It hasn't been doing that on behalf of any specific nominee, but it will be tomorrow. All of the staff, the expertise that we have warehoused at the party can immediately go to support our nominee and ensure that they're successful in the general. And it's very important, although there's been a big focus on the Democratic primary here, to remember that the opposition is Tom Tiffany. Like, he was considered someone that Republicans were afraid of to have as their candidate in this race. He dropped some oppo on Bill Berrien the week he got in, nudged him out, somebody who supported Nikki Haley in the primary in 2024 against Trump, and then got Trump's endorsement, muscled out the sort of other Walker establishment candidate. But I mean, this is a guy who was the only individual Wisconsin Republican in the state to sign on to the lawsuit to overturn the 2020 election, planned to object to Wisconsin's votes being counted on the floor of the House and vote against other states being counted, voted for the big ugly bill, voted 7 times to uphold the tariffs. If you look at what voters actually care about right now, it is about how to make things more affordable for them and how to protect them from overreach from an out of control Trump administration. Our candidate will be on the right side of that. Tom Tiffany will have rubber stamped Trump again and again and again and again. And tomorrow we wake up and it is a whole new race where it is our candidate versus Tom Tiffany and that record. I'm confident we're going to win.
Yeah. Talk to me a little bit about, I don't want to go down all the rabbit holes I'm sure you've gone down 1,000 times this week about the worst posts that Francesca Hong's ever put on the internet. I saw you confirm that you are personally a Thanksgiving and Friendsgiving enthusiast. So
love it.
I'm
Big fan.
happy to hear that. We got to have a pro Thanksgiving ticket at the end of the day. But yeah, just talk to me like
it's important. You gotta have it. You
have to. It's a must-have in a general election. Like, I guess a question about Tiffany here. Like, what does it mean for how much threat does it pose? Obviously, there's the risk to the Wisconsin economy and all of the issues that you just ticked through there. And then I think a lot of people are obviously thinking about 2028 and Trump's previous attempts to overturn the election. There have been Congress passed the Electoral Count Act, which hopefully will shore things up a little bit. But Tiffany famously is an election denier. How big is the threat there? And are you confident that if Hong wins tonight, she'll be able to stave off that risk with a win in November?
A lot to unpack there. So let's start with what the governor's race means for the future. Obviously, there's a ton of things we need to do in Wisconsin, right? Everything that Scott Walker did, for the most part, still on the books in this state, right? Everything from the anti-worker policies he pursued to how he tried to stack the deck electorally in Wisconsin. I'm so grateful for Governor Tony Evers, wielded a mighty veto pen, stopped things from getting worse, eked out some victories by holding Republicans accountable during budget processes and other bill-making processes. But we have a heck of a lot of work to do. So, whether it's Walker curtailing early voting, making voter registration more difficult, all of that stuff are still constraints that we deal with in every statewide election for the presidency, for U.S. Senate, for governor, and for all the races down ballot too, right? So we have the chance to expand access to the ballot box in a way that can move democracy forward ahead of 2028. Only possible with a trifecta, which obviously we have the governor's race. But what's unique in Wisconsin this year is the first opportunity to win a trifecta, both state legislative chambers, for almost 20 years in this state. So this is not just about the governorship. It is about that trifecta fight so that we can deliver immediate change in Wisconsin ahead of 2028. But also, we can deliver a check on Trump more immediately nationally by flipping the third, first, or heck, who knows, even more congressional districts in the state this year. But how this relates to 2028, somewhat uniquely, although Wisconsin very recently passed the Electoral Count Reform Act, we were actually one of the last states to do it. Republican Speaker Robin Vos in the Assembly refused to bring that forward and refused to pass it until after 2024 was over. I'll leave it to folks to surmise what the game plan might have been there. But there's still a very important role for the governor in the certification process in the state. Most offices in the state of Wisconsin, they're certified by the Wisconsin Election Commission, and it's all relatively civil servants certifying elections from bottom on up. The presidential votes, our electoral college slate, has to be certified and transmitted to the archivist in Congress by the governor of the state of Wisconsin. Now, there's obviously tons of legal theories about seeking court remedies because it's a mandatory. I'm not going to bore everybody with that. All that needs to really happen is for someone to stall the process out long enough. And we're already very close to the safe harbor deadline, which Congress put in place to basically say, if you have your votes in by this point, no one can call them into question. If you go past that deadline, however, they can potentially be replaced by a vote of the House of Representatives. And all Tom Tiffany has to do, he doesn't even have to actually transmit a different electoral slate. He just has to delay long enough to blow past the safe harbor deadline and let them open the door to that. So if you can imagine a world, right, where in 2028, Republicans have gerrymandered even more seats now they gutted Section 2 of the VRA. They're getting control of the House before this process is unfolding. And Governor Tom Tiffany had already spiked the ball long enough for them to call these votes into question in what is oftentimes the tipping point state for the presidency, probably will be close to, if not the tipping point state again in 2028. You can see this process unfolding. And I mean, you look at the other folks that Trump has endorsed in races like this in 2022, in this cycle, they're all folks who refuse to acknowledge Joe Biden even won in 2020. Clearly, this is a litmus test for their party. We can't trust Tom Tiffany to do the right thing if it came down to it, that particular time period. Not only that, but also the governor of Wisconsin certifies one other race. U.S. Senate elections in the state of Wisconsin. Guess what we have in 2028? A U.S. Senate election. Ron Johnson's seat will be up. We'll see if he keeps his promise not to run for another term, because he promised that and then broke it the last time he ran for re-election. But that could determine control of the U.S. Senate that year. I mean, a state trifecta and winning in Wisconsin this year may be the difference between Democrats having a federal trifecta in 2028. So, no matter who our nominee is, it is time to go full bore, hard in the paint, all gas, no brakes. There is no time to waste. We have to ensure that we win this. If you have read a fantastic book called This Is the Plan, you probably think that things are going pretty well here. They are, but we are not out of the woods yet. We are close. This could be the point at which we begin to become a little bit more blue than purple, but we have to double, if not triple down this year and win that trifecta to ensure that things aren't in question in 28.
I was about to bring up your great predecessor, the great Ben Wickler. As you mentioned, the 2028 Senate race. Many people are hoping Ben jumps into that race, but I'm sure there will be a wealth of good candidates, one way or the other. Yeah, can you talk a little bit about sort of the purpleness of Wisconsin that you just talked about? I know there's kind of like a hard 40 to 45% of the state that's like always going to vote Democrat, and a hard 40 to 45% of the state that's always going to be voting Republican. Talk to me about that sort of elastic 10% and what you think can put that over the edge for Democrats this year.
It can vary election to election, right? And we're a state that contains multitudes. We have, look at our two U.S. senators right now. We have the fantastic U.S. Senator Tammy Baldwin. We have U.S. Senator Ron Johnson, who spends most of his time talking about various conspiracy theories he probably had forwarded him in a spam email at some point. We are the state that elected Fighting Bob LaFollette, staunch progressive, and also Joseph McCarthy, during the communist scare. So, we are a state that can go back and forth. I think that ultimately what it comes down to is that 10% they're looking for people that are fighting for them or understand their way of life. I think a lot about where I grew up. I'm glad you flashed Two Rivers up there. Shout out Two Rivers. But there used to be this factory in the heart of downtown. It was called Hamilton's. They made wooden furniture. Both of my grandfathers worked there after they left military service. And it was like the heart of the community, it was literally kind of built around it. And in the 2010s, closed up shop, jobs went away, knocked down, but oopsie doopsie, they left a bunch of poisonous chemicals in the ground. So all this prime real estate that probably should be the heart of the future of the community, they're locked out of. And I think that, there was sort of a little bit of a loss of trust with voters over time, where what they kind of got from us as Democrats and as a Democratic Party was don't worry about it. It's the new economy. You'll learn to code. And you have this 50-year-old guy who built wooden furniture and was a member of the carpenters union that's yeah, I don't think I'm going to learn to code. I really liked building that laboratory furniture. I'd like to do that more. And we didn't have a great answer to that. And I think if you look at a lot of the shifts in Wisconsin, at least recently, it's about which candidate feels like they're speaking to that sort of adriftness, that loss, I think a little bit deeper than necessarily strictly economic, but almost identity, right? And I think you've seen people do that in different ways. I think that's one of the great successes of Governor Tony Evers, being a kid from northeastern Wisconsin, Plymouth, where he grew up scraping the mold off cheese at the factory to make sure it was ready to go out the door, married his high school sweetheart. It's someone that seemed quintessentially Wisconsin, but also understood their way of life and would look out for their interests. Now, how you translate that to an election like this, right? That 45, the other 45, 10 in the middle. In this environment, we're seeing Trump record low approvals. He's at the lowest at either two terms in his office. Only 14% of voters think that he's accomplishing anything with the war with Iran. Even Republicans think that his tariffs are harming farmers in this state. We have tremendous opportunity. I personally believe, not just to win this election, deliver a trifecta, and deliver the long-lasting change I talked about, but also I think that if we're smart, strategic, and bold, to actually win the economic argument for the first time in a long time on a durable basis for Democrats, to actually show up and deliver for working people. And I think part of this is, if we win, we have to make darn sure we deliver. That is going to be key. Is we've talked about obstruction from Republicans in the legislature for so long. If and when we finally notch that victory, it's key that we deliver on it. So I think that 10%, you can look at it as a turnout challenge, a persuasion challenge, but in Wisconsin, it's usually a little bit of all the above. And that's where year-round work to make sure we're firing on all cylinders is so important.
Yeah, and I'm going to pull in my esteemed colleague, the great Rob Flaherty here, who is dressed.
Oh, happy Thanksgiving to you, Rob.
Happy Thanksgiving. We're banning some holidays, motherfucker. We're banning.
There's a very important date that Tom Tiffany tried to cancel. It was the presidential inauguration in 2020. So,
man, if only all of
talking about important dates being
if all of our candidates were as on message as Devin, we would be winning everywhere. Oh man,
they
Rob.
didn't have turkey then, and I know, and on that day I will come dressed as a J6er. And it will be, whatever.
What was it? The QAnon shaman or whatever?
Yeah, exactly. I have my horns are downstairs. My horns.
It's great. Did you have that? Where did that? Did you just
I bought this off of a fine online marketplace that delivers Chinese goods to my house in less than 2 days. Thank you to Jeff Bezos. Francesca Hong is going to put you in jail. For
Oh my God. We'll let you go here in a second, Devin, because I know you have, I'm sure, countless media hits and important tasks to do tonight. But, I'm sure everyone's going to be asking, like, are you worried that that the Democratic Socialist label, it makes it harder to appeal to that 10% or might put off, some of those swing voters, or are you confident that Fran's, economic message is actually capable of appealing to those voters on the grounds that you were just talking about?
I mean, I trust the voters, and like if Fran is our nominee after a primary election tonight, she earned the trust of voters on a statewide basis in this state, and that to me is a pretty good barometer of who can win a statewide election in November. I mean, I think beyond economic issues, obviously, as you alluded to, data centers are a huge topic of conversation in Wisconsin. We have bountiful access to fresh water, plenty of flat land. So we've been a state where there's been a lot of interest, but also a lot of concern from folks. And I think that that's been a very powerful message and distinguishing point for her during this campaign. I think that there's multiple ways to look at this, but, I at my core believe that you have to trust the process. And if the process results in voters getting behind somebody, it's better to swim with the current as opposed to against it. I think that when we look at what is actually reaching people right now, I don't think it's a label. I don't think it's tweets. If, tweets mattered in the outcome of election, Derek Van Orden wouldn't be a congressman in Western Wisconsin. Donald Trump wouldn't be our president. I think voters ultimately respond to a lot bigger sort of issue policies than that. And ultimately, this is going to be a tough race, no matter who it is. Like, I just want to remind folks, this is Wisconsin at the end of the day. We have seen gigantic leads in this state evaporate on election day simply because it is that close. We're an incredibly difficult state to poll. At the end of the day, we're going to fight tooth and nail to make sure we do everything to win. So that is at our core.
Devin, before you go, I have one question for you, which is a question I actually legitimately have wondered, which is, among the operative class, it is generally viewed that the Wisconsin Democratic Party is like the best run operation. I'm not just gassing you up because you're here, but it's like a very effective state party. How did that happen? Like, how did that happen? How did you guys get good at stuff?
I mean, it was a long process. I mean, I would say it started in, 2017. After the surprise defeat in the presidential election, a lot of folks looked around the rubble in Wisconsin and were like, how can we have that never happen again? And the first thing that we started doing was building this year-round organizing apparatus. And it started in 2017 under Martha Lanning, who was Ben Wickler's predecessor. We won the 2018 election, which gave us really our first slate of statewide elected officials that can also help build the party, right? Like, we had built this thing. They had seen it help them, created buy-in and trust. And then we parlayed that heading into 2020 into, an even bigger operation when Ben Wickler came in and was able to add so much extra attention and organizing talent to take state parties from these, sleepy little entities that people kind of just use to run a coordinated campaign, if that, into sort of a powerhouse in its own right. I would say that if I look back at like a single moment where we sort of like turn the corner from like we're a state party that does some cool stuff to kind of like being the Democratic Party of Wisconsin, I would say probably the 2020 Supreme Court election would be it for me, when we were the first race up during COVID. One of the cool things I think about WisDems is by having so many year-round staff, which, we're very privileged and enjoy a great amount of grassroots support to be able to like maintain. But like we have a lot of expertise. So at the time, we happened to have all the right people to like turn on a dime when no one had even run a basically all vote by mail campaign in the country, certainly not in Wisconsin, and like pull it off and like create a playbook. And I think throughout that year, we just found ways to out-organize the challenges in front of us, constantly adapt and overcome, whether it was that, fending off the impeachment of a justice we had just elected in 2023, turning Elon Musk money into an issue instead of just trying to like message around it so that every dollar that was coming in was an increasing liability for Brad Schimmel. Like, you have to constantly challenge the assumption of what you're looking at, and not be precious about how things have been done. Preference, tradition, requirement was what our former executive director, Nellie Sayers, taught me. And I'm constantly questioning those things. We do it here all the time. And I think it's helped us build a very excellent machine. And that machine kicks into gear tomorrow to help make whoever our nominee is governor.
We love it. Devin, thank you for stooping so low as to join this stream with this stupid fucking costume on a night like this. We are very, very grateful.
Oh, polls are closing, so I this is perfect timing. I have to hop. I'm very glad to be here, and hope everyone has a good time watching our election results. Keep an eye out for those central counts. They can be a little bit tricky, so don't get tripped up on those. It's sometimes not clear if they're in the result or outside the result, or if they're in or out. But it sounds like today the votes are being counted extremely fast. So I'm not expecting too many late night central counts to report in. So hopefully it's a relatively early night for folks, and we can get to the work of winning big for Democrats this November. Thank you all.
Thanks, Devin.
Thanks so much, Devin.
Appreciate it.
Have a good one. All right, team.
All right, Jesse, what I miss?
Out with one brilliant Wisconsin operative and in with the next. I think we got to bring in the great Sam Corneli.
Oh, the notorious.
Wait.
Notorious.
I have a graphic somewhere. I can pull it up one of these ways. Let's see. We'll figure it out. There you go. Sam Corneli, former CEO and executive director of the DNC, Madison, Wisconsin native, UW graduate, and of course, very importantly, 2008 deputy regional field director.
You're missing a few things in there too.
It's a small. You can only fit so much text.
Exactly.
Is that true? I didn't know that.
Yeah. To work for a guy named Barack Obama in 2008 when I was on the field team, and actually worked with Jesse's brother.
The better lyric.
Doing
the real work while I.
Who'd have thought you'd become the communicator of the family? It's good
questionable.
To be with you guys.
Thanks for joining us, man.
Great to have you,
Sam.
Sam.
In his finest outfit.
I wear this every episode.
I mean, he's a Massachusetts guy through and through.
A pilgrim.
That's what we do, baby. That's what we do. Sam, what is, in your view, the best part of Wisconsin? And what is the proper punishment for someone who celebrates Thanksgiving? Is it jail? Is it, sort of a floating by witch kind of thing? What should they do?
Listen, as a proud, very liberal Madison, Wisconsin native, I am a huge supporter of Thanksgiving. Favorite holiday.
Have to get this out of the way.
I just want to get that out there.
Shots fired.
So depending on the outcome of tonight, I'm happy to get out on the trail as a surrogate on behalf of Democrats for Thanksgiving. The best part of Wisconsin is it's seriously, it's the people. They're amazing. They're fun. They're inclusive. They're weird in good ways. Strong sense of community. Everybody's got when I meet people and they've never been to Wisconsin, they're like, "Why are you so proud to be from Wisconsin?" But whatever that is, that's the state of Wisconsin, and a lot of weird politics too. It's birthplace of Joseph McCarthy and the modern progressive movement, and Bob LaFollette. I actually went to Robert LaFollette High School, by the way, which should have been on your graphic, obviously, since we're going to talk about progressivism tonight.
You can only fit so much text, Oh. Should we do a little stage setting here, friends, about what's happening tonight? Where we're at?
I think we should.
All right, let me tee some stuff up here. We'll see if this is a thing. All right, polls are now closed in Wisconsin and Minnesota, the two big ones that we are watching tonight. We've got, there we go. That's what I was trying to do. We got elections in Connecticut, Vermont, South Carolina special, Alabama special. Already in the South Carolina special, it appears that Darline Graham and Ralph Norman will advance to the special runoff in 2 weeks. So that is fun. We've got John Larson in Connecticut. Sorry, I'm just messing around with some stuff here. 78-year-old incumbent in Connecticut's first district appears to be off to an early. He's down pretty big to Luke Bronin, former Hartford mayor right now, which, again, kind of an interesting race because Bronin is not running as, he's not running to his left, which is the case in most of these. It's just more of a straight up, we're not happy with the way things have been going for the last 30 years. And if you've been there, we're not happy with you. So I think that is a interesting and telling election playing out. We'll keep an eye on that one. We got some interesting House races, Michigan 2nd District, another one where potentially two progressives may be splitting votes. We saw the opposite of that. Go ahead, Rob.
They can do it too.
Yeah, exactly. We saw it in the other direction in Michigan 7th, where Bridget Brink and Matt Mosdem split the establishment votes, and Will Lawrence is now on his way to the general election. This time, I think Matt Little still considered the favorite here. He's the leftist candidate who was endorsed by both the DFL, which is the Democratic Party there, and the Congressional Progressive Caucus. But he was clearly nervous that Caleb Berg was going to be peeling off some of that progressive vote, and the more moderate candidate Matt Klein was going to come away with it, and that's Angie Craig's old House district. And another interesting one to keep an eye on in Wisconsin 3rd here, where Rebecca Cook has kind of like been this star that spans both the establishment and the Bernie supporters. She was endorsed by Bernie, but also by Buttigieg and Blue Dogs and the DCCC, and the DCCC jumping in early pissed off a lot of people. And Emily Berge is actually running to her left. I've not seen many races where Bernie's candidate is getting primaried from the left. I think Cook is still the favorite, but Berge really capitalizing on that anti-establishment energy. And people were like kind of pissed off at the DCCC for trying to pick winners and losers here. So
this seems to be, there were some rumblings that this is more of a race than people were thinking. Sam, what do you know about this district? What do you know about Rebecca Cook? She's run before. She's now running again. How should we be thinking about this one?
It's a super interesting district. I mean, this is the one Ron Kind held on to like till the very, very bitter end, when then obviously Derek Van Orden won it. Rebecca Cook ran last cycle. What's interesting to me is Emily Berge is actually really more of the establishment candidate in the district. If you talk to like local activists and organizers in the district, the county party chairs, these things that matter, especially in primaries and, in contested primaries, she has a lot more establishment support. Rebecca Cook has a huge email list, raised a lot of money. She ran last time, outperformed Kamala, came very, very close to winning. I suspect she wins. I think I know it's clear that Emily Berge has some momentum here at the end, but I'm pretty confident Cook will win that one at the end of the day. It's a bunch of college campuses in the district. I think there's like 6 different college campuses, so strong youth turnout. Think Bernie territory. This is where Bernie, probably Francesca Hong, performs very well. We're obviously in August though, so how does the lack of school happening right now impact her vote share in the district? We'll have to see.
Yeah, and like Cook is a little part of this blue collar brigade, they're calling it, that a few candidates that have that crossover Bernie and Blue Dog support, like Bob Brady in Pennsylvania, Sam Forstag in Montana, Brian Poindexter in Ohio. So there are a few of these. She comes from a very like working class upbringing and has a compelling story. She's also become like a political consultant and fundraiser. So again, sort of mixed. But yes, Rob.
I ended up at a Rebecca Cook fundraiser and was like very impressed. It was like I didn't know it was a fundraiser, and it was, and I was in the back. I don't give money to things except Kalshi, the Truth Engine. No kidding, they don't sponsor us. But and I was like, wow, amazing! She's a waitress, super incredible. But I feel like with so many of these congressional candidates, you go back and it's like, oh, you were a staffer. And I was like, wait a minute, you were a finance director on a House race? Okay. That being said, great. I do think we need more people who have actually waited tables.
as 3 former staffers, what you're telling me is there's a chance
There's
we could do this, guys. And
Actually-
I'm confident that after tonight, whatever very small chance there was that I could ever run for something has further diminished.
Exactly. Really, my little 2028 blog is just a preface for me jumping into the presidential.
Yeah, I often say it's the podcast in a pilgrim costume straight to the White House, baby. You know,
Exactly.
It's over.
Exactly. The other funny thing about this race is like Rebecca Cook is like a blue dog Democrat who has, now she is running ads featuring Bernie Sanders and talking about wanting a data center moratorium. But like she has been before this, sort of willing to, take a stand against some of the left's positions. Nevertheless, the Republicans call her Commie Cook. And, so it's just like to the extent that like the Francesca Hong thing is alarming, and like, I think there are real questions about how good she'll be as a general election candidate. She obviously has some unique vulnerabilities, but like the notion that, oh, well, if we nominate someone who has been affiliated with the DSA, like they're going to call us communists. It's like, you could be like the most right-wing Democrat in Congress and they're going to call you a communist. So,
yeah, I mean, I think it, as you're saying, it also goes the other way, right? If Francesca Hong's the nominee and she's, a member of DSA and owns it, and in Michigan you have Abdul El Sayed, who's, not a member of DSA, but is still going to get labeled as such. Like, does it matter if you are or aren't? I sort of think at the end of the day, they're going to trot this out for every candidate with a D next to their name. And the question is, like, do you embrace at least the fight and demonstrate that you have fight and are willing to really take things on? That to me is, we're not in an ideological fight at this point. I don't think. I think this is about tone, tactics, and can you demonstrate that you're going to throw down to make things better or not? And what we're seeing is a lot of the progressive, quote unquote insurgent candidates are embracing that fight. And I think that's why some of them are being successful. And on the other hand, you have folks like John Larson and others who are getting caught a little flat-footed and haven't really embraced that fight. And, he's going to possibly lose tonight to a non, super left insurgent. He's losing to a normie Democrat who's just doing things a little differently and taking on the status quo.
Yeah, totally. We got our first race call of the night. I have a ridiculous graphic in here somewhere. Oh, there we go. Key race alert. Luke Bronin has been declared the victor over.
Did
John
you make
Larson.
that graphic with GeoCities, like a GeoCities website?
Basically Canva, which is just GeoCities in the 21st century. And but that's pretty big right there. Luke Bronin, 47-year-old former mayor of Hartford, taking down incumbent rep John Larson, who had the backing of organized labor, Chris Murphy, like kind of all of the institutional power, and by all accounts was, to the left of Bronin. I think, again, this just really underscores the anti-establishment.
Bro, being old in a Democratic primary, it's like working for big oil. Like there's just no, you're in trouble. True. You know what I mean?
Big hospice.
I mean, I haven't fleshed this out much, but there I think were some seeds of what we're seeing now, even post 2016. I mean, when I was watching the returns from the New York City congressional primaries, a few weeks ago, it reminded me a lot of obviously AOC taking on and defeating Joe Crowley. The Luke Bronin, defeating John Larson. That reminds me a lot of Ayanna Pressley taking out Michael Capuano in Massachusetts. I mean, he was like the third most liberal member of Congress. And she beat him. And that was largely about, generational change, tone, tactics, doing things differently. And so I think at the end of the day, there are obviously cases where the party is moving left or the districts move left and a new candidate emerges to meet that moment. I think by and large, what really underpins a lot of this is just people wanting to do things differently and go down swinging. And that feeds into the generational change in the post-Biden era that we're in.
Yeah, I think that's totally right. I was just thinking about that race. And similarly, Ayanna Pressley did not run, as I am to the left of Capuano on all these issues. Like she was like, no, he's pretty much been right on the issues, but like people closer to the pain need to be closer to the power. And, and I watched a little bit of this Connecticut first district debate, being the degenerate political junkie that I am. And like, there were actually 4 good candidates in that race. And Larson is still, he is not, I wouldn't say Biden, circa 2024. No offense, Rob. You did your best to prop him up, but the argument just kind of writes itself when they're like, yeah, you've introduced this great thing for Social Security for fucking 28 straight years, and it hasn't become, nobody like, we're in a worse position than we've ever been in. And so, yeah, it's just a tough time to be representing the status quo.
I mean, I saw today something like more than 1 in 10 Americans have used buy now, pay later for groceries in the last 30 days. And like, if there isn't something that captures sort of the zeitgeist of a lot of voters across the political spectrum, but especially on our side, it's that, right? And like, I just think that like the same old model, the same old archetype of a candidate, the same candidates who've been in office for a long time, especially if they're, zoning out at a podium, that's just not going to get it done for a lot of our voters. And they're feeling that. And that's what you're seeing in Michigan, recently. And that's what you're possibly going to see tonight in Wisconsin.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll keep going through some of the races later on in the night, but we got to break in early votes coming back here. Again, we're super early, but some of the election forecasters already moving this race for the Wisconsin governor primary from, going into tonight, it was like 98% chance that Hong is the nominee. I just saw VoteHub saying their win probability is now 68-32. Like, that's crazy. I mean, nobody I talked to today was thinking this was really a race that was going to be in doubt at all. And now folks already starting to say, well, I'd still rather be Fran, but it's going to be another long night. I mean, wow.
I think that it is most likely that Fran not only wins, but wins outside the margin of error. And also, I think it's highly likely that she does not win by nearly as much as people think she's going to. I can get into why in a second. And there's also a very real path for David Crowley. There's just been so much chaos over the last, 6-8 weeks. A lot of it, frankly, outside of Wisconsin has been masked by all the attention that was placed on Michigan. Just in the span of, about 2 months, you had Missy Hughes drop out. She endorses the sitting Lieutenant Governor, Sarah Rodriguez. You have Crowley follow shortly thereafter. On the morning of the announcement, mind you, Rodriguez knew about the financial reporting issues she was encountering, still accepted his endorsement. She then drops. Crowley gets back in with Evers coming off the sidelines to endorse, begins running around the state. The next day, Mandela drops out post-debate. So I just think that it's an open primary. People can cross over, and it's same-day registration. And, it's a disproportionately old electorate in a Democratic primary. So yes, youth matter. They're not on college campuses, but also, even if they were, it is a very over 60 Democratic primary electorate. The sort of typical median Democratic primary voter in Wisconsin is over 60 non-college educated white person. So that is also very hard to poll. If you look at a lot of the public polls that have had Francesca Hong up 20 points or more, they're about 2x more young, more under 30 voters than the Democratic primary in 2018 or in 2022. So if Crowley pulls this off, that is going to be a big story, another big polling miss.
Yeah, and I thought it was interesting. Adam Carlson, who is a pollster at Zenith and, has been also outspoken in his advocacy. He's kind of a Twitter character. But he, to his credit, put out a thing yesterday that was like a memo basically on what he thought they missed in Michigan. And that was a huge part of it, was that like all of the polling samples were, weighting young people too heavily, and the ultimate, electorate, it seems, turned out to be older, more people under 50K. And, they just missed a lot of rural voters and a lot of older voters who aren't necessarily responding to text messaging when you're trying to field polls. And
these cheap text to web polls, they miss older voters. They miss more rural voters who maybe still have landlines, maybe aren't responding to their text messages. But in Democratic primary of 2018 and in 22, over 65 voters, more than 50%. Made up more than 50% of the primary electorate, and a lot of these polls that show Francesca Hong up big are, more than twice the representation of young voters that we saw in 18 or 22.
Rob, how much of this do you think is big Thanksgiving just putting its thumb on the scale at the end here to try to save Turkey Day?
Listen, you think APAC has influence in primaries? You tried big stuff. There's no there ain't nobody like big stuff. Okay, but taking that sort of separately, I mean, it is the story around Francesca Hong in the last 2 weeks of this campaign has been that she is a fucking lunatic, and there is like I do think that probably does have. There's still something in the DNA of a primary voter that is like, we got to win, dude, and it does feel like that had some kind of material impact on. Hey, maybe this is like a little bit too much. I mean, progressives, Holly was talking about this, progressives themselves worried a little bit about what's going on here. It does feel like the Thanksgiving thing materially hurt her. And, I don't know why people made a big deal out of it, but it feels like that was a real damaging factor.
No, I mean, I do think I had tweeted, a week or two ago when she did a Fox News hit, which was one of the first times she was like sort of in the national media in recent times, getting just dragged for all of the DSA positions and stuff like that. And just sort of saying like, look, I like Fran. I think she's done a lot of really impressive things over the course of this primary. She's clearly built a movement. I don't think it's impossible that she could win in November, but like, I don't know who is telling her to do Fox News 2 weeks before the primary when you know exactly what that interview is going to be. And like, she didn't seem prepared to handle it the way that you would want to, but like, it's just literally she could have disappeared for 2 weeks and won this thing by 20 points. I feel like.
I mean, she has clearly not had a good couple weeks. I think, if she wins, there will be a lot of comparisons made to El Sayed's win. I think some of them are fair. A lot of the organic energy, a lot of the, boldness, the aggressive campaigning are fair. El Sayed has a very serious team around him, right? You may disagree with where they are on the political spectrum, but Rebecca Katz, Max Glass, his, actual campaign staff, very, very talented, have run some big races. I was heartened to see this morning that in Playbook, I believe it was reported that there will be a staff overhaul, because I think it's very clear to me there just wasn't a plan, and the dog kind of caught the car over the last couple of weeks. You mentioned Fox News. Why on earth, do you go from campaigning with Hassan Piker and Ilhan Omar to the very, shortly thereafter, I think it might have been the next day, you're, going national on Fox News. I don't understand that. And it honestly, it hurts not only her, it hurts the team, it hurts the broader cause. At the same time, I will say, she has not been on TV. She hasn't really spent on media, and she has built this thing through like blood, sweat, and tears. They have 7,000 active volunteers. She's done more than something like 500 events. I saw she was this is a deep cut for me. It's where I was in 2008, but she was at the annual Hmong Festival in Wausau, Wisconsin. Like, she is out there.
The what?
Hmong. The Hmong community is very big. There's about 60,000 Hmong voters in Wisconsin.
I did not hear that. Yes, great. The Hmong community. Yes.
Well, that hits you harder as you're wearing a pilgrim outfit, because
if I'm not running for office yet, this puts me over.
Flaherty's out here just writing off religions and people.
The other thing I'll say though is I think so clearly she and her team are seeing that they need to bring in, reinforcements and some folks who have, can add to the experience level and what they're about to go through should she win. I also have a question about, do those 2 weeks matter though? When Sarah Rodriguez dropped out, it was looking like it was going to be a head-to-head, right? She was starting to really coalesce the kind of establishment lane in the primary. She drops out. 80,000 ballots had already been returned. By the time Mandela Barnes dropped out, 140,000 ballots had been returned. And that's probably an undercount. They're in the mail, they're, in process, whatever. In an election that might see 800,000 ballots. That's almost
part of what absolutely confounded me about the Tony Evers' late play here. Like, you know, I get it. Like, I think there were a lot of things that were unexpected, like the Sarah Rodriguez crash out and stuff like that. But I mean, to come in that late and be like, I'm going to take a guy who just dropped out. I say this as, you know, the odds moved aggressively in Crowley's favor to pull a massive upset tonight. But, you know, if they had made the move 3 weeks earlier before there were 140,000 ballots, I mean, some of those ballots are going to be cast for Rodriguez and Mandela Barnes, two candidates who are no longer vying for the nomination. It just seems like a comedy of errors here.
We have some more numbers coming in La Crosse County, where Francesca Hong just barely above David Crowley. I mean, if you're Francesca Hong, you do not like these margins in a part of the state that you would expect her to be running up the score by quite a bit.
No, and I mean this is over in that, you know, western part of the state, definitely territory that I would expect her to run numbers up in. Next thing we should be looking for is a few others here, some of the northern counties, and then Dane County obviously should be.
She's right now, guys, in Dane County, which is Madison, famously called, you know, they say Wisconsin is that Madison is 77 square miles surrounded by reality. So, and she is born and bred, you know, she is a Madison through and through. And, you know, one of the concerns, if anything, is, you know, she kind of oozes Madison and doesn't have maybe as much connection with the rest of the state. But Dane County right now is basically tied. And like, if she's not running up numbers in Dane County, I mean, it's hard to have.
Well, it's sort of a bullseye there. The closer you get to the middle, the more, you know, concentrated it is, the more liberal it will be. I expect her to do exceedingly well. Like, you know, she is going to crush in Dane County. I think you can take that to the bank. But the question is, if Crowley's, you know, holding his margins in other counties, and then Milwaukee County is about half again as big as Dane County in terms of size of the vote, he should do well there. And then, you know, some of those, we call them the WOW counties, but it's Waukesha, Ozaukee, Washington County, that ring Milwaukee County. They're, you know, economically conservative. These are places that the GOP used to just crush Democrats, and we've made inroads as, you know, college educated white women, you know, started coming our way. He should do well there. If he does really well, you know, that's part of this narrow but very real path that he could have.
Yeah, this is shocking, I would say.
But is it? I mean, is it actually that shock? I mean, I have.
I mean, like, look, David Crowley's team put out internal polling showing them down 18 points. You know, like when you're leaking internals that are like, hey, it's under 20. Like nobody. I mean, this would be like a 10 plus point bigger miss than the Abdul El Sayed miss. You know.
We do have an interesting question, which runs counter to this, from Pepsi Man 9981, which is, does Hong and Abdul winning the general determine whether AOC runs in 2008? Which I do think is a good question.
If I was AOC, I would be rooting aggressively for David Crowley to pull this one out and have everything riding on Abdul El Sayed, because she has not endorsed in this race, and I think for good reason. But like, if Fran would just get tagged with things nonstop for the next 3 months, and she just doesn't. I mean, I really like Fran. I think she could pull out a close race, but like, I just think that the attacks on her and the way that race would play out is going to unfold in a way that is unfavorable for AOC. So if I was AOC, I would be rooting for Crowley to eke out a victory tonight in the primary. And yes, I think I don't think it's like if Abdul wins, she runs, and if Abdul loses, she doesn't run. I don't think it's like that cut and dry, but like that will be then the one big test of, can a strong lefty candidate win in swing states? And she's going to be out campaigning for him. She endorsed in the primary. Like, she will be very, very tied to him, and a win would reap huge rewards for her and like help her make the electability argument. And a loss, especially if it's a good year for Democrats everywhere else, would, I think, be a huge knock against, like her already. The electability argument, I think, is the biggest thing she'll have to overcome. And so, yeah, Sam, what do you think?
I think, I was mentioning sort of the caliber of the teams around El Sayed versus Francesca Hong. And, I think one of the things AOC deserves a ton of credit for is not just the caliber of her team she has now, but also like they have really, she is a serious legislator that is taken seriously by her colleagues now. This is not AOC when she first came in and was throwing bombs and sort of swinging at everything. I think it's really interesting how shrewd she's been. Most of the time she's followed Bernie. She hasn't always endorsed when Bernie has. To me, the fact that she endorses El Sayed, thinks he can win, he's proven himself and has stayed out of a race like the Wisconsin governor's race is an example of her seriousness with which she's taking her political heft. That to me is a sign that she's thinking about options. Who knows what those options may be? Lots on the table. But it's interesting to me how surgical and shrewd she's been over the last couple cycles.
It is worth noting we do have yet another race call, which is Amy Klobuchar called as the nominee for the Democrats in Minnesota. Comb sales.
Is it going to be My Pillow Guy? I really want a Klobuchar My Pillow Guy matchup.
That would be the dream. That would be the ultimate.
And another race call. Rebecca Cook is going to win that Wisconsin 3rd primary over Emily Berge. A phenomenal effort from Berge, who by all accounts was sort of shaking every hand in the district over the last few weeks here, making a strong push. But, I think Democrats will be happy to have avoided, not that she would have been unelectable, but just having gone all in early on Cook. That is a good win for the DCCC. So a couple big race calls early tonight. And now David Crowley is now the favorite in the markets to win the Wisconsin governor's nomination.
But here's how seriously we can take the markets. Like earlier today, wasn't it like 9?
Technical difficulty.
Did you not like what I was saying?
Sorry.
That's how I know this is secretly sponsored by Kalshi, is you cut me off when I was about to trash the markets.
It is not, sadly. We are sponsored by nobody, but go on, Sam.
No, I was just going to say, I'm making the point your visuals making. Earlier today, I checked and it was like 97% Hong. And, I think whatever the like betting version of vibe coding is, like that's what a whole bunch of keyboard jockeys are doing on Kalshi.
Vibe governing. And yeah, Crowley, on Kalshi here was up to 74% at 9:32, which is 5 minutes ago. Now it's 50-50. So massive fluctuations. But I think it goes without saying that like everyone going into the, it seemed like this was going to be a formality, but I think there were people who were wondering if it was going to be insta-called when polls closed. And now, at best looking like a toss-up, which is just, again, just remarkable.
How does this change your interpretation of the evening? If Crowley wins, what do we read into Democratic voters if they vote for El Sayed over Stevens, but they vote for Crowley over Hong, or are these contextually different?
I think they're super unique, specific races that sit, apart from one another. If you looked at polling again, I've walked through why some of the polling was off. But even in those polls, there's a stubborn 15-20% of undecided voters. A lot of chaos, as I walked through already. Candidates dropping out, getting back in. Governor Evers, who still remains very popular among Democratic voters, much like Gretchen Whitmer here in Michigan, jumping in to endorse Crowley. So I think a lot was in flux. I had an interesting conversation with my mom this afternoon. She's a retired school teacher from Madison, very liberal. She told me she was at lunch with her retired school teacher friends, and they all wanted to vote for Crowley because they were worried about electability. And, they're not reading the New York Times and, election blogs like the rest of us are. So there could be something to that. But I, without knowing exactly what's come in from Dane, if Hong doesn't really run it up in Dane, that is big warning signs.
Yeah. Briefly taking a brief look at the other Midwest state up tonight. We've got early results in, 11% of votes in. Peggy Flanagan leading Angie Craig. I've been on Peggy Flanagan's going to win this race for a while, and looking pretty good for her, though. A bunch of the state outstanding, but she's running up numbers in Minneapolis and Rochester. What do we make of this one? I mean, this is a slightly, obviously the establishment such as it was came in for Angie, but I think sort of felt fine for Peggy Flanagan. How do we read into this? Is this another, progressives taking on the establishment story, or how do we feel going into this?
Yeah, I mean, I think this will be a really big win for progressives if Flanagan comes out on top. I think I actually always thought that Angie Craig had a better shot at this than people were giving her, despite the sort of national dynamics. I think one really interesting, I think Politico wrote about this today, but one of the really interesting dynamics in that race has been, Angie Craig's vote for the Lake and Riley Act, which is sort of the tough on deportations law that Trump signed into law early in the second term here. She went so far as to write an op-ed in the Star Tribune there, basically expressing remorse for that vote. Obviously, Minneapolis being the center point of the ICE outrages this year. So that's been a real big undercurrent in this race. The other one, has been the fraud scandal that has played out. And in the last stretch here, Angie Craig has been, really leveraging that against Flanagan in a way that people weren't really sure she was going to quite go there. But I think it's fair to say, like, you were the lieutenant governor when the scandal went down, and like the Republican Party is going to tar you with this for the entire, general election if you're the nominee. And Flanagan's response to that was sort of like, "Oh, it was the buck stops with the governor," which I didn't think was like super compelling.
I just think it's really hard to run again as a sitting LG. I think they're very, like, Gavin Newsom pulled it off. God, I feel like there's so many examples of it just being really hard because you own all the bad stuff. You don't really get, like, voters are smart enough. They know that you weren't the governor, and it's also hard to usually run as an extension if you're running, for governor, let alone a different, federal gig. I also feel like they both caught kind of some crappy breaks, right? Like, the really tragic ICE shootings in Minneapolis, spun up all the Lake and Riley vote stuff and ICE funding from Congress that obviously hurt Angie Craig. I think her team rebounded really strongly from that. She had a lot more money than Peggy Flanagan did. And then obviously Peggy Flanagan's been having to deal with, some of the fair and unfair attacks on what happened in the state government while she was lieutenant governor. So, I think at the end of the day, this one's going to be close. I slightly disagree with you, Jesse, only just from where I sit and the Twitter I read. I sort of feel like all the public stuff people were retweeting was about, Peggy being up outside the margin of error, double digits, et cetera. And I think Angie Craig's definitely clawed her way back. I have no idea how it shakes out, though.
The market's moving closer to Flanagan than they started pretty much there, Kalshi, with a 94.9% odds on Peggy and Angie decreasing as we go along and as results come in.
Yeah, Angie Craig's just like, she's a really good political athlete, and she is won by she's kind of been one of the biggest electoral overperformers in Congress, winning what used to be a Republican held seat by double digits to the point where it doesn't even seem to be a contested district anymore. We talked about it a little bit earlier in the three-way Democratic primary there. but both pretty strong candidates. That things got feisty down the stretch. I think they had a pretty good relationship going into this, but I'm not sure if they will emerge quite as unscathed. I think in another election cycle, I would be like, the Republican nominee is going to be Michelle Tafoya. She was just declared the winner of the Republican Senate race. So we may have I don't know. I haven't checked the latest on the governor's race and whether My Pillow Man is headed for victory. But My Pillow Man and Michelle Tafoya would be quite the former ESPN reporter would be quite the TV ready top of the ticket there. But like,
is anyone surprised Michelle Tafoya is a Republican? That I was like, of course. But
of course, if I did not think that if Amy Klobuchar was not at the top of the ticket, especially if she's running against My Pillow Man, Flanagan having the sort of that albatross around her neck with the fraud scandal, and Michelle Tafoya being like this super charismatic, well-known outsider candidate, that's running against Flanagan. That's a race that I would normally be a little bit scared of, because Minnesota is like, people don't realize how close the races have been in Minnesota, like at the presidential level the last few cycles. They've been like 1, 2, 3 point races a lot, So I think Klobuchar carrying the ticket and what we expect to be a sort of a Dem plus somewhere in the vicinity from 5 to 15, D plus 5 to 15 electorate in the midterms. I think that's going to be hard to.
Yeah.
Does Klobuchar run for president again? Do we think?
I don't think she can turn around immediately after doing this, and be like, just kidding. I never wanted to fucking do this job, because she really came in to like save the day. She wouldn't be the first person to be like, no, I'm not even thinking about that anymore, and then change her mind. But, it would be a tough look. Much of her appeal is like, go ahead, Sam.
I do think a very talented, smart, successful senator turned Midwest governor, one-time presidential candidate, that's like easy VP, conversation in my view. I agree that it feels like really tough to, be the savior, go back home to run for governor. She'll have to go through all the budget stuff next year. It just feels really tough to put those running shoes back on, but who knows long term.
Yeah, but I mean, if you look at like the races that she's run in Minnesota, just fucking like astonishing, the margins that she wins with, like just Assad numbers, 65-35 in a state that is going, 51-49 in a presidential. So she will help, and especially if it's Klobuchar versus My Pillow Man, that's good news for folks down the ballot. There are a couple races, in like Minnesota's first district, I think is Brad Finstad or something. And maybe even like the 8th, but there are a couple, Trump plus 14-ish seats in that state that may be in play if that's the top of the ballot and it's a good Democratic year. So
we've got a little bit more in 37% in Wisconsin. Crowley's still up, man. I think he might do this. I don't know. And then I'm gonna feel very stupid if I wore this.
No, because you're on
No, it would
Thanksgiving.
be.
You're taunting
Yeah, I don't
her.
think. I don't think it would be Crowley winning that would make you look stupid. It's you right now. Just look kind of stupid.
Yeah. Well, it's here's the thing. This would be a Crowley win would be a huge win for Thanksgiving. Let's take a minute to reflect on Thanksgiving for a second. What are the best parts of Thanksgiving? Is a general matter. I think I'm going to make a hot take here.
Oh boy.
Stuffing is the best part of Thanksgiving.
I agree with that take.
Secondary part. Well, the best is the plunder and the pillaging of native lands. But the second is cranberry sauce. And I do want to point out this comment, by the way, from KH. You look like $1 million, Rob. Thank you.
Is that Kamala Harris, your former boss?
she's watching live, and she's very proud.
I mean,
I used to work for candidates and at the White House, and now I'm dressed like a pilgrim on a stream for hundreds of people.
I'm just happy you got off your sign spinning gig in time to make the back half of the broadcast here. Oh, Lord. It has been like you have to say. Oh, well, sorry. One more race call. I didn't get to preview this one, but a 26 Sean Duffy's 26-year-old son-in-law. God, imagine how many sons-in-law he's going to have with those fucking 90 children of his. That they're going to need even more cars for their road trip now. But Michael Alfonso has defeated. There was literally a race between Sean Duffy's 26-year-old son-in-law, who is a Dan Bongino show producer, versus a Marine who was held for 444 days by the Iranians in the 1979 Iran hostage crisis. And the Duffy child has been handed the has been handed.
I want to make a very specific point about what this says about podcasting, which is that it is a noble profession and it makes you braver than the troops. That's what that says. I think what that means is where do you rank on patriotism? And I think it's pretty clear now. It's pretty clear.
Has the family road trip show come out yet? You know, the one he did while he was transportation secretary, like not keeping planes safe and all that stuff.
Yes.
Has that come out yet?
I'm not really sure. We had a great, one of our favorite episodes where we just kind of lost our shit going through the mechanics of his road trip, because they would go for like 3 days at a time and then he would go back to work. I was like, are you just fucking pulling over in like the Sbarro parking lot and leaving your family there for 3 days and flying back out? How much do you know about road trips?
I'd like to propose an ongoing segment once the show comes out, which is you guys do like a 60-second recap of that week's episode.
Oh,
maybe
I love
including
this.
costumes and reenacting.
I think that is a great idea. It's like
I'm
Love
a little
Island.
worried people will stop watching.
Like
the
they're
hundreds
watching
of
it.
viewers will stop
Like
watching the actual show and just watch the 60-second recap, which, if we're being honest, is about how much good content there is from each episode. 60 seconds.
Well, here's an interesting 60 seconds.
Oh my God.
Vote Hub's got Crowley at 74%.
This is fucking
odds to win.
Crazy.
That is crazy, guys. That is crazy. Wisconsin always be doing crazy stuff, you know?
Yeah.
Voting for Trump.
Like the thing is, though, it's like you can't really peg it, right? Like, I mean, it's the same state that voted for Russ Feingold for multiple terms and then replaced him with Ron Johnson, right? We had Joseph McCarthy and Robert LaFollette, and Tammy Baldwin was a Madison, Dane County Board of Supervisors, ran for Congress, was an extremely liberal member. Mark Bocan's in the seat now. She was Madison. Everybody said she couldn't win statewide. 2012, Tammy Baldwin outperformed Barack Obama in Wisconsin, won by more, like running away 6-7 points, and has won again ever since. Always the top vote getter on the ticket when she's run. So you just can't peg it. And, tonight's crazy.
Like there were two independent polls that came out in the last couple of weeks. One from Marquette Law, which is the gold standard in Wisconsin, had hung up 25 points, and then States Navigate had hung up 22, and Crowley's internal polling had hung up 18. So just kind of an astonishing circumstance we find ourselves in here.
Let's go back. Sounds like Madison is starting to come in, and they don't have central count. So all the municipalities run their own elections in Wisconsin. Most of them then send the results to the county, which reports the county en masse. Some places have what's called central count for absentee ballots and other things. Madison doesn't, so it's going to kind of just roll out as they report.
And if I'm not mistaken, isn't Milwaukee often like sort of the last thing to come in, and Crowley, not only presumably is well positioned, and Crowley, that should be a strength of his. Not only obviously the black vote there. I think he's well positioned. We've seen how hard it's been for socialist candidates to win the black vote elsewhere. Crowley is black, but also he's the county executive in Milwaukee, so you'd think that's kind of his biggest stronghold in the state.
We have another important update as more news coming in. Red Joseph 9, cranberry sauce for the win, which I do think is important to note. It's this, in my view, it's the second best part. The second best part. So just leaving that there. Sorry.
Oh man, over in Minnesota, Lisa Damath, who is running against My Pillow Man, looking like the overwhelming favorite. There was a significant period of time in that race where Mike Lindell was the heavy favorite. Donald Trump endorsed him, and he was running largely on Donald Trump endorsing him and elections being fake, which I'm sure will come up tonight. But Lisa Damath is the speaker of the assembly there, and she is currently in the lead. So, could be deprived of the great gift of having My Pillow Man as the Republican nominee for governor in Minnesota.
It would have
be
been
disappointing.
That would be very disappointing. I think we need more of him. Can I also
the weirdest
say
thing that happened though? I have one more thing on My Pillow Man, which is bizarrely, like a couple of weeks ago, he came out for amnesty, like out of nowhere. He's doing
out of nowhere.
Like,
who the fuck do you think is making those pillows, dude?
Yeah, exactly. He's like particularly the textile workers. Think about the great textile workers.
You think that motherfucker is?
I was like, out of nowhere, he was like the super right-wing one, obviously out MAGAing everyone. And then he was just like, I do have a plan though, where as long as you got 6 months and you just got to tell us why you're here and then you're fine. And they were all the other Republicans were like, no.
Can I go back to another important part of political esoterica, which is when David Hogg, current enemy of Rob's Mentions, started woke pillows, good pillows, and was selling good pillows. But the problem with that market is that liberal My Pillow is just Brooklyn, and you can't fucking get in there with woke pillows, dude. That market is fucking destroyed.
Additionally, we don't have any money. The wokes.
No, the wokes have all the money. That's what I mean.
They're downwardly mobile. They're downwardly mobile.
No. The woke shop at Nordstrom.
I have another segment idea. It's you guys are the wire cutter for woke products, and you do like a review of the woke products.
Can I tell you, I was asked to pitch, and this is like in 2017, and turned down from a Google Chrome plugin that rated the relative wokeness of the company that you were buying from. And would tell you, and so I mean, there is some stuff.
Not to foreclose another great line of conversation you got here, Rob, but I got to bring in another incredible friend of the show,
Adisu.
What's up, buddy?
Adisu,
Can you hear me?
joining us. Yes.
Look at that background.
It took me a while to find the background, but I did it. Just for you,
dude. Listen,
backgrounds are racist. They don't realize I'm black, and like they can't figure out where my whole head line goes. So it's like
we got another special guest joining the show. Not a joke. Quentin Fulks. Baby.
Wow. Look at this all-star cast.
I gotta change my name now.
You can keep it.
That's incredible.
Okay, so first question: what is everyone's favorite part of the Thanksgiving holiday? Now that it's going to survive in the state of Wisconsin, what do we? Well, we don't know. We don't know, but millions of ads spent on behalf of Big Thanksgiving. And here we are. So what is everyone's favorite? Adisu, we'll start with you.
Well, I heard you talking about stuffing, dressing, whatever you want to call it. That's definitely my favorite. Honestly, though, the itis that happens after I eat and while I'm watching football is my single favorite thing about Thanksgiving. But now that I have a little kid, like I can't actually just chill like I used to, which kind of sucks. But man, that feeling of like unbuttoning the pants and just locking in for football it's like no other.
Oh, we've got some of the best minds in the Democratic Party, and we're fucking sitting here with Rob in a pilgrim suit asking everyone what their favorite part of cranberry sauce is.
This is why you watch Nobody Knows Anything,
It's true.
baby. This is what you're here for.
Bill,
Quentin, over to you.
You has to answer this question too.
I mean, DC gave a really good answer. I'd probably say like the leftovers, right? Like that round 2, after you eat the first round and then you're kind of full and you've been watching football. It's kind of like post after you've unbuttoned your pants a little bit and kind of just chilled. But then you go back knowing that you're like not hungry, but the food's just there. But you're like, oh, it's going to be fresh for today, kind of. And then you like get another plate and like binge out again. That's probably my favorite part. But honestly, it's the food. The food.
Great answer.
Yeah.
You got to make the little leftover sandwich. Yeah. I mean, of course, since my family is probably the 10 people watching this show, I would have to go with family. I don't know what's wrong with you guys, but
mine is Jane Flaherty, who is watching and works tirelessly. Just like Francesca Hong, who cooks and loves Thanksgiving. Anyway, on to some electoral analysis. So, guys, seems a lot like Crowley overperforming tonight. What do you guys make of this? I mean, this is sort of, none of us were expecting this. We barely prepared this show, but to the extent that we did, we came in assuming Fran was going to come and sort of stick a spike through the heart of everyone who loves holidays. What is this? Is this, how do we read this? Is this Democratic voters voting for electability? Is this, her specific to her? How do you guys think about this? Adisa, we'll start with you.
Okay, you make me go first.
Yeah.
The first thing I think is that public polling is so broken because everything that we are talking about now is based on expectations set by a few public polls that came out last week. And clearly Governor Evers, David Crowley, some people in Wisconsin had access to better information than the rest of us, and had a feeling, I think, and probably a well-founded one based on data, that like it wasn't a blowout or a runaway as much as people thought. And so that's really my first thought is like, especially in primaries, and maybe there's something about the upper Midwest. I don't know, Clinton's run campaigns in the neighborhood. He might know better than I, but like, and Sam too. But like, it just feels like we can't get a finger on how to actually, we being the public pollsters and the people who aren't getting the data that the campaigns are getting, just like can't get a finger on the electorate. And it's really skewing expectations. It's skewing a lot of what the discussion that's happening, mostly on social media, but I think also amongst the, political observers across the way. And it's fucking up the whole conversation. So that's my first thought. I have other thoughts about Hong and Crowley, but that's where my mind went first.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to start with the polling, I think. And I promise I'm going to stop being co-chief black correspondent and just talking off of what Isu says. But no, the public polling is just, all the polling is a guess. Every campaign that I've been involved in this year has just, the polling's been a complete guess. And they've been off by 8 to 12 points. And that's not taking shots at any particular pollster. I just think that there's something going on in the atmosphere of polling. I mean, I will say, though, like a point to me that makes me think that it might be about the electability piece is that, once we see the amount of, ballots that had been cast, whether they were in the mail floating around before Crowley got in and before Evers decided to get behind him, it could make the argument for the electability standpoint, right? Because, I mean, if she was like really running away with the ballots that have been cast by that point, and then voters are paying attention. Obviously, it's a state like Wisconsin, a complete anomaly of a state, very hard state to campaign in and win in. And those voters, they really do pay attention. So it is not unheard of to have, 2 bad weeks. I think Devin is one of the 9 people or 10 people that were watching the show before I joined. I heard Devin really talk about how engaged the electorate is and can kind of flip on a dime. And I think that if you have a bad week and there are people who are really engaged and ready to vote but haven't cast their vote yet and they kind of see what's coming, And again, the last point that I'll make, and I think somebody else has already said it too, that if Hong loses this, it really might be by just not being surrounded by good operatives, because I don't think she had to do anything. She went on Fox News and didn't have to do anything. She could have just stayed quiet and kind of gotten away with this. And so I think it'll be interesting to see the exit polls once all the dust is settled and kind of see when people voted. But the night's not over yet. But I do think the public polling just has been horrifically wrong in a number of these races this cycle.
Can I ask about this? Oh, go ahead, Sam.
No, I was just going to say I agree with all that, and I won't go through the polling point I made before, but suffice to say, +2, agree with you guys. All the public stuff I've seen had modeled an electorate like twice as young as anything we'd seen in previous August midterm primaries. More than 50% of Democratic primary voters in Wisconsin over the last couple of cycles, more than 50% have been over 65 years old. So it just didn't make sense why they're modeling it this way. The thing I'd add is, as polling has gotten bad and more expensive because of communication evolutions, landlines going away, there's been this rise of just trash polls too. I mean, I saw one a couple of days ago in Wisconsin by a company called Median Polling or Median Strategies. This was the first ever poll it had ever put out. Its Twitter account had just come online. It was somebody with an agenda. And it was likely a trash poll, but to what extent does that sort of, feed the beast of a narrative when in reality, folks on the ground are taking it very seriously, as Quentin said, and evaluating their choice. And the last thing I'll say is, the only people communicating for Hong through any paid communications were Republicans. She wasn't on TV. She wasn't on radio. She was working it, showing up at events, the grind. But at some point, especially in this condensed timeline of people starting to pay attention in August primary, she wasn't in front of them.
Can I ask this question actually about the polling generally? I mean, I think about this a lot, how in the context of a 2028 primary, this game of releasing, as your point, you said, Sam, trash polling that, seeks to influence things, or even predictive markets, the truth engines, which ultimately, are very easily to manipulate. Are we going to is this going to be the story of 2028? And should people who are trying to make pay attention to 2028 in an educated way, should they just sort of discount what they are seeing in public polls? What should people's literacy around this stuff be, given what we've seen the last couple of days?
What point of 2028? The primary or the general?
Interesting. How do you see those things as different, Q?
I mean, if it's the primary, all these polls that are saying this person or these people are leading, are they battleground polls? And a lot of the sentiment is just who can win. There'll be evaluation on donors, the strength of fundraising, all these things. So unless you're seeing polls that are really in-depth polls that are polling the primary states in the order that they would be in with the exact candidates that would be in, then there's so many variables than to just take nationwide polling of individual candidates' popularity at any given point before the race, because that really is all a vibe. That may tell who the broader Democratic establishment may like, but I think all of us on this, call can agree that that's not how you win a Democratic primary. And so I see the polling very different in the early stages for primaries, and it's really state dependent, and they have to be right about who's campaigning. And even then, thinking about who could win, maybe if you're one of the 15 to 20 people that's running, you decide to skip a state because you can't win there. And so you're not even there. So a poll shows you down in Wisconsin or New Hampshire or Nevada because you're not campaigning there. I wouldn't advise or condone any candidate skipping any of these states, but I will say that it's just so dependent. There's so many variables that are going on in these races. And then again, the general election poll. I mean, is Donald Trump in or on the ballot anywhere? Because again, we have not been able to figure that out at all. But I see them very differently from general election and primary polling for presidential campaign.
15 to 20 is optimistic. I feel like we're gonna have like 40 to 50 people running, and between the three non-Rob and Jesse people on this call, you guys have probably like worked at a high level for 18 of them.
It's going to be a lot, but I think on the polling thing, I've been screaming into the void on Twitter on this for the few people who listen to me. Like, I absolutely think that gaming the system is going to be part of the game. It already is, right? And mostly prediction markets, but we've seen it this cycle where people try to use a poll to move prediction markets and then use the poll and prediction markets to make a point about electability or about where they are in the race, and use that primarily with donors, low dollar and high dollar, to sort of, turn it into a self-fulfilling prophecy. That's politics. Like, I'm not particularly mad about it, but to answer your question, like, it requires the people who are observing politics, and that's not just the press. Although I think the press is honestly, the traditional press is better than this, than like Twitterati people who observe, who pay attention to it. But whether myself and analysts like me and others included, like, you gotta kick the tires on what's underlying the assumptions, like Sam was doing on this stream earlier, and not just share top lines and be like, oh my God, Joe Schmo is at 13%. First of all, nonsense. We all know that, like, polls have margins of error. So, like, that alone is already wrong. And then on top of that, you don't know, if you're not looking at what the underlying assumptions are, like Sam was talking about, with an electorate that is 2 times younger than any other midterm electorate before, then you're just sharing, you're sharing bad data for the case of making some kind of point. So it is going to require the gatekeepers, I think, to be better at, like, not falling for the cocaine that is, like, this day's poll numbers. And I am not hopeful that we can do that. It is not good for social media is not conducive to sober analysis. And at some level, I just think the campaigns and all of us have to kind of ride the wave and do the best we can, pushing back against it. But it's going to be what it is.
Can I ask you a counterintuitive question about, like, say Crowley wins tonight? Like, do you think there's do you guys have any concern with, the left becoming disillusioned? We've now had, obviously the wheels fell off Plattner for good reason in Maine. Abdul Sayed scored a huge victory here in Michigan, but much more narrowly than expected. And then, Fran had sort of built this movement with, I think, a lot of people who haven't been involved in politics before getting engaged, fired up by those, by that movement. And, it's gonna feel like in this race in particular, once again, the establishment swooped in and, like, at the last minute and handed the race to their chosen candidate after Fran had spent a year and a half building this movement. Like, do you have any fears about that? Those people who are, like, new to organizing and democratic politics getting disillusioned and staying home in November?
Before Sam, I think Sam wants to take that, but before he says it, the New York Times has moved to 2 decimal points, everybody. Alert.
Oh,
kind of graphic? Moved to 2 decimal points from 1. As I just looked over there, it is 40.83 to 40.17.
Oh my God.
So lock in for a longer live stream than you thought. But anyway, Sam.
So I think, of course, you're worried about that. Now, what I will say is, based on what we've seen so far, this isn't like, a massive wave of progressive voters who narrowly get beat out. I mean, she appears to be underperforming in Dane County, which is like, 77 square miles surrounded by reality is what they say in state. It's very, very liberal. But I'd also push back on this notion that David Crowley is like some establishment candidate. I mean, this is a guy who, didn't go to college until when he was giving the commencement address at the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee. He announced as sitting county executive that he too was getting his degree that day. I mean, he has an incredible life story. He has taken on, in many ways, the Democratic establishment. Scott Walker had the Milwaukee County executive seat, two people before Crowley. Like, he wins tough races and he's delivered and he's been an executive. So, like, I hope people just don't, settle into these tropes. And I will just say that based on what we're seeing right now, he will have held his own in a lot of the very progressive bastions of Wisconsin.
Yeah, I agree.
Go ahead.
No, I mean, I agree. I agree with Sam. And I think it's going to be a broader conversation too about the words that we're sort of throwing around, like, loosely, about what is the cutoff for an establishment candidate these days? Just people who've been, like, do the ideas of people, just because you've been in office before a certain period of time, does that make you an establishment candidate when you were in office when Joe Biden was president or X person was president? like, what is it, a set of issues, and like, what is that line? Because you just read about it and it's so casually thrown out, calling people like establishment candidates or saying that people are to the left or DSA. And I think that there's just going to have to be a sort of a definition put around what we mean when we say establishment candidates. And the other point that I would make for the left, though, is that the question that you asked is just an age-old question of what we contend with every single election, which is this thing about who can engage. And there's rare times where somebody is extremely electable and they can engage the base and do it to a very high level. But more often than not, you can name a candidate and say that they're closer to electability versus excitement for the base. And routinely in Democratic politics, when it's just a candidate that is really electable, we never question it. We just go on, you're good, go on, go on, go on. But when it's a candidate that can engage the base to a high level, they have to fight like hell to get their candidates through. And it sort of makes you sort of question what we're doing as a party when that is the sort of ethos that we start with. Because it's almost as if there's just a definition of what, if you can engage the base and they're excited about you, then somehow you're unelectable or have less electability. And I think to sort of stop doing that, because I think in a way you may be pushing people to say, why do you value trying to win a subset of voters in the middle who may cross over for you? You may be relatively certain that they're going to turn out. They may cross over for you. They may flip and vote for you. Moderate Republicans, independent voters. But then when it comes to voters that are on the Democratic side that if they turned out, they would vote for you, we tend to put a higher emphasis on trying to get those people in the middle than we do those base voters. And it's a mathematical game depending on the election that you're trying to win and the state that you're trying to do it. But like, it's just a different way of asking the question that we contend with every single election cycle, right? And so, I'm really worried about the term establishment, because I think that that's just going to get thrown on a ton of candidates in 28, and just in that nature, make them a little less excitable to our base voters just because we're calling them establishment. And I think we should be very cautious about doing that as we head into 27, 28.
Yeah, and I think like point very well taken on Crowley. Like he is a dynamic candidate and very much not the sort of standard establishment, like had things handed to him, was being groomed forever, But I think what I was reacting to more in this particular race is sort of at the 11th hour, the sitting governor, like swooping in after saying that he was gonna, not engage on the race, and trying to coalesce support clearly behind a chosen candidate rather than Crowley in and of himself. But I do think your point is super important too, because the first person that came to mind obviously is Barack Obama, but it's few and far between the candidates that can have that kind of like soaring rhetoric and hopeful appeal that, does fire up the base, but also, it's a crossover appeal. I think both Georgia senators, obviously you've worked for Warnock, I think both Georgia senators have the ability to do that, to inspire people with, rhetoric and something hopeful, a hopeful image of what America can be, while also, having more of those crossover appeal. But I think it's right that we shouldn't, I've said, I still think Fran could win a general election in Wisconsin. I think Abdul should be considered the favorite in Michigan. So I do think we should be careful about branding, AOC or any of these other, more lefty candidates as inherently unable to win a general election.
Every election is a mix of persuasion and motivation, right? And that mix changes from election to election. And I do think that the reality is that in a really swingy state in the general election, it's going to be more persuasion than it's going to weight more to persuasion than in your median district somewhere around the country, and certainly in bluer states. But that does not mean that a given candidate can't decide, for me, I'm going to lean heavier into mobilization because I am who I am, and I think that's how I'm going to get closer to 50+1. And so I'm with you, Quentin, except for one thing I would say is there is the math is the math, which is if you flip a certain voter, that's kind of a +2, right? Versus if you mobilize a non-voter, that's a +1. So or if you take a voter away from your opponent, you're getting, net 2 votes essentially, right? So there is an argument that persuasion is if you can do it, if your candidate can do it, has more value. But it also does not mean that you couldn't be a candidate who can do more mobilization and actually get +3, +4, +5 voters to come out on the other side to make up for your persuasion challenges. So like, there's no right answer to this question. That's what, if Francesca wins today, or if Crowley wins today versus Hong versus Abdul last week, like both of them can win the election. Could have been the same for Haley Stevens and Hong. Like it just is different candidates, different strategies, different ways to win. And you just have to run every race the way that's best for your candidate, given the state that you're in.
I mean, the Tom Tiffany has been on TV for 3 months. This race is still within the margin of error for any of the candidates who could emerge tonight, which so we should invert this a little bit too. Like, I feel like as Democrats, we have a lot of conversation about like who we want, left, center, etc. It's very public. I feel like Republicans more often than not, sometimes they do that, but really they just kind of fall in line. And they basically gave a full runway to Tom Tiffany, who's an election denier, votes with Trump 100% of the time. The dude's bonkers and has been spending on TV for 3 months and is like up anywhere from 1 to 3 on Francesca Hong, David Crowley's tied, etc. And they haven't spent anything going after Tiffany. And waiting there, as we heard from Chair Remaker before, is the vaunted Wisconsin Dems operation. They've already got 70 staff. So just to underscore, I think it's one thing to have a conversation as Democrats, we do it publicly, in the lead up to a primary about who we want to win and what it means based on who does win. I also think we need to be just a tad more ruthless about, okay, as we saw in Michigan, day after the primary day, we're all coming together and we're going to get this done because Tom Tiffany is certifiably bonkers and we can beat him.
I mean, I think it also just there's a piece of it. There's a piece of it that's just overall party discipline as well, though, from top to bottom across the state. I mean, I heard people sort of talking about, I think Holly was talking about it, of saying, Hong's going to be everywhere and she's going to be in ads. They're going to try to be asking Ossoff what he thinks. They're going to just try to make her, this poster child of the party and her views, the poster child of the party. And in states where, that hurts, people are going to run away from it, or they're going to push it down or cast doubt on it. And, the thing about that is, voters in a certain state may not live in Wisconsin and have to vote, but Republicans, they just rarely do that. Even in states where, it could be problematic for them, they don't sort of cast down other Republicans in other states. And we do tend to eat our own a little bit more. And so, yes, there is a ruthlessness about sort of coming together and coalescing after sort of bitter and divisive type primaries and, with all these labels. But there's also the element of that doesn't sort of help in the grand scheme, when the rest of the Democrats or the rest of people are asked about a particular candidate and they're very quick to just say, this doesn't concern me at all. It's not even about, my state or anything like that. And they just sort of cast it away. And I think Republicans are really good at sort of unifying behind a person and accepting all the sort of flaws. And there's this thing, again, just that our party's undergoing, that these candidates aren't perfect and they don't have to be. And I think that, Jesse, when he asked the original question, he made a really good point about like the timing of it. I do think there can be some deflation about it depending on the timing of it. And I think it's kind of very soon, meaning that, again, I don't like these terms, but the establishment just picks a candidate and says this has to be the nominee, or really late when it seems like you've built something organic and then they come in and be like, actually, no. I think that there is a risk if we do that, depending on the election in the state and the math, as Adisa said, that, you can sort of deflate a base, and you just have to be conscientious of it. But I do think every single one of these elections are different. The math is different in every state, how you can mobilize, who you have to persuade, the numbers. So it all adds up. So every single one of them is different, but a lot goes into it.
We have an interesting postulation that I'm curious for this group to debate, which is from Laksha Jain on The Bird, which is many insurgent candidates don't like to run TV ads for some reason, but Francesca Hong's flop is another strike for the ground game is greater than TV ads theory. many people talking about how, despite her not spending a lot of money, she had a big field operation, a lot of presence on the ground. What do you guys make of this? You all have run big campaigns at DC. I see you reacting pretty strongly
to this. The TV and paid media haters need to get a fucking grip. Like, people still watch television. People still are persuaded by advertising, digital and otherwise. It is an effective way to communicate. It is not the only way to communicate, but it is an effective way to communicate. And if you're not mixing in paid media of some kind into your campaign, I understand if you don't have money, you can't do it, right? But if you're not doing it on some kind of idea that it's like morally bad or ineffective, it's just wrong. Now, are there diminishing marginal returns? Obviously, we saw that last week in Michigan. Like, you can't just spend your way to victory. We saw that here in California when Tom Steyer spent $200 million and couldn't win. But if you're Francesca Hong and you're trying to get known in a statewide, you cannot. It's like not possible at some level to door knock your way to name recognition. You can on the margins. If she wins tonight, ironically, it might be because she, that she's within the field margin now. But I think a lot of why she's winning, actually, which is ironic, right? But I think the reason why she was ahead in the first place was probably more about foreign media than it was about her ground game, as it were, right? It's, ground game puts you over. I'm a field person. Like, I came up in it. I believe deeply in it. But it's a marginal game. That's what wins you. That's what wins you things on the margins. In general, I strongly feel like we need to stop hating on paid media. It's like, it's part of the game. It's part of how you.
It's an important,
communicate.
Super important piece of the puzzle. And I think what people miss is there's actually a humility to this, which is like, if you're talking in a Democratic primary electorate that's 50% over the age of 65, they are not on TikTok, they're not on Twitter, they're not vibing out on the internet, they don't know who Hassan Piker is. Like, and so if you are humble enough to figure out where they do consume information from, there are only a couple answers, and it's mail and it's TV. And so, do I think TV should be the entirety of a campaign? Absolutely not. But most people aren't saying that. And I think the reality is, depending on how this breaks, you either have a very fractured, big field, and she squeaks by out hustling people on the ground and building a real, movement, 7,000 volunteers, or, Grotley does it the old fashioned way, so to speak.
Yeah, and I actually think the Michigan race kind of underscored the value of television advertising because, yes, it is remarkable that Abdul El Sayed overcame $70 million of outside spending. I think a lot of that, it's a huge testament to him across the board, but certainly he overperformed in urban and suburban areas where they had a lot of campaign infrastructure. But I think you also saw Haley do way better in rural areas than, we did in 2016 when Bernie won a lot of the rural areas that, Haley Stevens winning a lot of those districts. And I think, again, there are multiple facets to that. Like, there certainly was an anti-Hillary vote that was part of it. But like, I do think a huge part of that is like, they don't have bodies that can, hit every door in rural Michigan. And those people were seeing, God knows how many gross rating points worth of outside spending ads for Haley. And so, I think that is another validation of the fact that, again, you got to do all of the things in a close race. All of the things matter.
I hate field. Anyway, moving on. We've got really interesting graphic from Vote Hub, just showing the divide right now in votes in Milwaukee, which show the sort of wider precincts in the southern half of the city going heavily for Hong, where the black precincts to the north are breaking for Crowley by large margins. It does sort of speak to some of the questions that were being raised earlier about like what actually is the Democratic base, and we're thinking about what is this progressive DSA whatever civil war, but in so many ways, we saw this in Michigan, we were starting to see this in Maine. This is sort of college educated white voters voting a certain way, and black voters and sort of the traditional Democratic base voting another. I think this is continuing to be a theme that sort of is under discussed in a lot of these conversations. So I thought it was an interesting graphic there.
Black voters. Black voters are the base of the Democratic Party. Like I don't like if you look at it, all of the and nothing that I say is meant to be monolithic about any group of voters at all. But if you look at it, there are no data points on presidential campaigns that says, oh, this candidate won because they won, or a number of black voters gave Republicans the win. White women flips elections. They did for Barack Obama, and then Hillary Clinton lost them. In these races, Syed, was able to win, but obviously he has work to do with black voters. Tallarico should be worried about that in Texas if he wants to win. And, I actually had a very interesting conversation because of the sort of coalition that he put together to win the primary in Texas really didn't include a lot of black voters. And obviously he was running against somebody that was extremely popular with black voters. But since that primary is over, he has work to do with that base if he wants to win statewide. They have to be a part of the coalition. And I think it's interesting that you see this divide. But I do think that, there's this sort of, and again, this is why the terminology of establishment, not to get too deep here, but this is why the terminology of establishment really sort of bothers me, because there's this sort of element of black voters feeling taken for granted by just the broader Democratic Party of like, you get our vote, then when you get in, you don't really deliver things for us. But then when it comes to elections like this, and even in Michigan, you see a majority of black voters supporting what is labeled the establishment candidate in that regard. And I do think that there's sort of like a push and pull in that, in the way that people are voting. But, again, not to disparage any group of voters, we're a big tent party. We have to build coalitions. But by and large, in a number of these states, black voters are the base of the Democratic Party. And honestly, even in a lot of the states that are battleground states, if you can just drive up the number of black voters that don't participate in elections, sure, you think of Georgia and you think of, okay, Atlanta, Fulton County, Cobb County, Gwinnett, DeKalb, and run up the margins there. You think of places like Illinois, you think of Cook County, Chicago, run up the numbers there. But if you can get black voters off the sideline in rural counties and places along that nature, you can really drive up the numbers. So there really isn't a state that I can think of outside of states that just Vermont, New Hampshire, that just don't have large portions of black voters that you can win as a Democrat. But by and large, they have to be a part of every single winning coalition to win. Yeah. And if that's the definition of what a base voter is for a party, that's how I would draw the line to define it.
I really like the way you concluded that there, because it is about a definition to me. Like, the base of the Democratic Party is, you can kind of think of it two ways. It's either who forms the base of a winning coalition in the general election, which I think is unquestionably black voters, basically in every state, right? Black voters vote for Democrats 90-10 most times, it's somewhere between 85-15 and 95-5. But then you have this other definition, which I don't think is necessarily wrong, but is just different, which is essentially like Democratic primary voters, right? Because there is which is a diverse set of people, obviously, as we've seen in this primary season, which is mercifully almost over. And black voters in a lot of states do not make up the majority or even close to it of that base of the Democratic Party. And so the tug of war, I think you're right, Quentin, is like, are black voters the majority of the Democratic primary electorate? Some states, yes. Most states, no. But are black voters absolutely the most essential part of a winning coalition in a general election? Yes. Like, if Democrats lose our hold on black voters, the whole thing falls down, which is kind of definitionally what a base is. And but I do think that there's this interesting dichotomy that's in discussion that's happening right now, which is like, white college educated voters in particular, young voters in particular, are starting to act more like black voters within the Democratic Party, meaning like, I don't think they've gotten to 85-15 or 95-5, but like, we're winning so many that like our party is now, which is good, right, in some ways, but our party is now like, there's a competition for like who's really the base because we're winning so many. But I don't know the answer to it. I agree with Quentin, obviously, but I think that there is something to these new voters, especially young voters, who are like committed to liberal values. How do we make them a base of the Democratic Party without alienating the traditional base of the Democratic Party, which is Black voters who tend to be more moderate, older, all these other things.
Just an interesting note that has come in. The Rodriguez-Barnes margin in this race is 13x the margin. Their combined vote totals is more than the margin. Totally crazy.
And Kelda Royce and Joel Brennan are combining for 12% of the vote. So if the establishment had moved a little bit faster or been able to coalesce a little bit more of the Fran's only polling 40% of the vote. So the votes are there. If they end up losing, if Crowley ends up losing by, half a point, I think there will be a lot of people that are frustrated with the slowness
of folks to get out.
It's almost, you've seen it in a lot of states, and I don't even know off the top of my head, but even in Michigan, what did Mallory McMorrow end up getting? I don't know which person she was taking votes from. That's not. So I'm not
but she got like 4% of the vote, and it was a 1-point margin.
Yeah, so really interesting races to dissect at the end of the day.
Yeah, we got a race call on. Very devastating news that My Pillow Man will not be the Republican nominee for a governor. So hold those pillows just a little bit tighter tonight.
The Klobuchar My Pillow Man debate just would have been like chef's kiss.
Oh my God.
She would have killed him with one of his own pillows.
Potentially actually killed him, yeah. Well, I will say his hair would have fared pretty well in a blizzard.
That's
true. So, that's a deep cut for the.
I love that.
That is true. Another race call we discussed earlier, but want to just make sure folks see. Michael Alfonso, the son of Sean Duffy, wins in Wisconsin 7.
He's had his eyebrows done.
I want to I really am here mostly to talk about the eyebrows. Look at that, man. Have you ever seen that bad statue of Cristiano Ronaldo? He looks like that.
That's so true.
He looks like that, dude. Hold on, I'm pulling it up.
Oh God,
he looks so bad. Hold on, look at this shit.
He
looks just like that.
That
is uncanny.
There are a lot of reasons to deplore the MAGA wing of the Republican Party and the Republican Party generally speaking, but the aesthetic that they have brought back into the culture is absolutely reprehensible. I do have to say, I'm hating.
I mean, to both say that you are owning masculinity and get your eyebrows done like that,
that is tough. That is really tough. And these definitely had more work done too. Really, really tough there. Projections.
I gotta go put my kid to bed, guys.
Adisu,
California. It's still early here.
Well, Adisu, thank you for joining. Nobody knows anything. You have enhanced our knowledge greatly. Thanks for being on.
When you esteemed gentlemen, this is like the hang that I want to do on election night. With all due respect to my 5-year-old.
Come back anytime.
See you
anytime.
Take care,
guys. Bye. All right, so a bit of a wild night, guys. It's looking like these. So what are we
flipping back and forth here? No, I was just gonna say, we've seen Crowley go up at as high as like 80% in these markets, and then it seems to be back at 50 ish.
Where's Dane? So Dane's getting close to fully reported, and our nobody knows anything correspondents on the ground in the city of Milwaukee are telling me that there's about 28,000 absentee ballots. Those should be, again, about more than 50%, 65 and older voters that will be part of that central count drop from Milwaukee at the end of the night. So at this point, it looks like it's going to be really close. I'm stating the obvious, but I think I'd narrowly rather be Crowley.
Q or Jesse, do you take the other side of that at all?
I trust the Wisconsin boy.
Yeah,
it's one of these Mighty Ducks things. It's like if you're here, it's kind of hard to see him not pulling it off that it's this close. You know what I mean?
The Mighty Ducks thing. I like that. I'm stealing that.
You're like, it's happening, and you just gotta
you just gotta roll with it.
Who's Goldberg in this scenario?
It's a good question.
And has Francesca Hong ever tweeted denouncing the Mighty Ducks? I'm sure they committed some crime against folks with an X at the end.
She's like, exactly. I hate hockey, and it should be banned. Okay, let's say there's a scenario where Peggy Flanagan wins in Minnesota and Crowley pulls it out in Wisconsin. What does the narrative just break? Does Twitter just melt down? Does anyone win? Does everyone win? I mean, how does that play out?
Like, again, I think we should not undersell how big the Flanagan win would be for the left. I mentioned, obviously, they've had a few races, the Plattner race in particular, the wheels fell off again for good reason. But Angie Craig is like a top tier political athlete who has a lot of support, was endorsed by Pete Buttigieg. Like, I think probably was the Chuck Schumer pick in this race. I can't remember which ones he's officially weighed in on and which ones he just has his little emissaries dipping their hands into. But and Peggy Flanagan, and Peggy Flanagan's run a really good race, and she's withstood a lot of money, a lot of outside money on Craig's behalf, a lot of attacks. I think it's been a fair race. I don't think it's been like, a nasty personal, attacks or anything, but it's been a tough race, and that's a huge win if Peggy Flanagan comes out ahead. I think you can't. There has not been, for anyone who wanted this primary season to deliver a knockout punch for one side or the other of the Democratic Party, like it has not done that. It's a Big Tent coalition. I think that's a good thing, but you have plenty to point to if you are the left of like, look at all of the enthusiasm on our side. And if you are more of a centrist normie Dem, you have plenty of evidence as well that like it is not quite as ascendant as they might claim.
I also think we shouldn't take away from like candidates on the left, whatever label you want to give them, left, ESA, whatever. The candidate quality still matters even within that spectrum of the party. And Francesca Hong came out of nowhere. Peggy Flanagan did not come out of anywhere. She was the lieutenant governor of the state. Now that comes with its own baggage that I think, Sam might have mentioned earlier about having to own everything that's going on. It's really hard to do that, right? But in Peggy Flanagan's case, her ideology on the political spectrum might be the thing that saved her from sort of taking that downfall on sort of owning all of those things as lieutenant governor when, and her pushback of like the buck stops with the governor, it's good. She's run a good campaign, but she's also not, Francesca Hong's not a rando, but she's a politician. She's a very polished candidate running for office. And I think that the candidate quality matters. And I don't think, Hong helped herself in these last couple of weeks. But Peggy Flanagan's run a really good race there. And so I think it's a bit of both sides win. And it's also, again, not to say that folks even within the left, Holly said it, Sam said it, people in the progressive side on the left side in Wisconsin had reservations and like feelings about Hong and her ability to be a good candidate. I don't think Peggy Flanagan faced that. And so they're just so different that I don't think you can just sort of say, this side wins, that side wins. And I agree with Jesse wholeheartedly that I don't think the primary seasons told us that, hey, the left really owns the future now, or the more moderate establishment, again, hate that term, but the more moderate establishment wing is doomed. I don't think we've seen that. I think it's really
I completely agree. It's a great point. And I think the same is also true in that sort of establishment, more center, whatever. Agree. We hate those terms, but on the one hand, you got Roy Cooper, who did not really have a serious primary challenge, is cruising, looks like he's going to crush. Haley Stevens was, a big recruit, sitting member of Congress, had won a tough district. And, I think she struggled to say the least on the campaign trail and didn't appear super comfortable and struggled to find a lane and a message. And, so it matters across the board. And I just come back to, I think every race is unique in its own beast. And There's a bunch of ways that some of those New York congressional districts where you saw, longtime incumbents go down, like some of that's ideological, some of it's the district evolving, some of it is just tactically, they hadn't run a competitive race in decades there, and they didn't know what it looked like. They didn't know how to run one. They didn't have the team. So I just think we should never extrapolate too much, but just learn and move on.
I also think one point too that I always think about when it comes to New York is that in this cycle that we're in across the board, where Democrats are, having advantages because of Donald Trump and just the broader political environment that we're in. For what we're seeing with these sort of super left candidates on the spectrum, the political ideology spectrum, New York is perfect ground for it. Like California is, like if Georgia is +6 for John Ossoff, +7, somewhere around there in reality, then like obviously for New York, for these candidates, and I think it's a combination of the stuff that Sam said about them getting caught flat-footed, having not won competitive races, but you also haven't seen that, or at least I'm not aware of it. I'm sure it has happened, but name me a more sort of battleground, middle of the road state, not like a New York or California, where a leftist candidate has primaried a sitting Democrat that's like in office now and like beat them. That's not really happening outside of places like New York and California. And where we're seeing it now, it's only in these open seats. Michigan, because we had an open seat. Wisconsin, in where I said Wisconsin, and you're sort of seeing that these where they're open, it's creating an environment for this type of candidate to jump in. But in states that are more purplish or just battleground states, we're not seeing these sort of candidates jump into primary Democrats to try to pick them off. I think it's sort of indicative of the sort of, I would say.
Kate Berner, who is a friend of the show, made a point on the side saying, in 2020, electability was a huge argument for Biden. It was the number one thing voters cared about, was defeating Donald Trump. Her hypothesis is that base Democrats want to win above all else in 28 and probably in 26, and this sort of tightening, showing that the punditry arguments still matter. And there's been this thing of actually suburban white ladies want blood in the streets, and they're all socialists now, and they just want to, fuck everything. But how do you guys make that? I mean, are Democratic voters still focused on who can win? And I think this is a little bit tied, Quentin, to your point earlier about who the base is and the political valence of the traditional Democratic base of Black voters. I'm sort of curious where you guys stand on these punditry arguments.
I think that the Democratic Party and Democratic voters are and have been, certainly since Trump won in 2016, have been very focused on electability. I think 2016 was an earth-shattering experience for a lot of us. Certainly not one of my most fun nights of my life. But I think that was a moment that just kind of was like snapped everyone to, where they're like, fuck, we gotta pick whoever can win. And you still hear that all the time. I talk to my parents' friends. They're like, whoever the fuck can win, I don't give a shit what their politics are.
I mean, I agree completely with that. I think like electability, I think if you talk to somebody who's a Francesca Hong supporter tonight, they would argue that that's why they're supporting her, because she's electable, because we can't keep trying the same thing and, not delivering results, and the affordability crisis, right? I think, how you then, what the proof points are of electability, I think vary and are up for discussion. And at the end of the day, I think they're kinetic. I mean, going back to, Kate Berner would know well, having worked on Biden's presidential campaign in 19 and 20 at a senior level, but, that primary electorate really evolved. 17 and 18 likely primary voters across early states and the battleground nationally. They were looking for somebody who was going to rip Donald Trump's face off. They were so pissed. They were so right. And you saw that reflected in the polling. You had a lot of the progressives. Elizabeth Warren had her moment. Bernie had his moment, et cetera, et cetera. And at some point that kind of evolved to actually electability is like a safe, predictable, like the middle of the road Joe Biden, and everybody kind of settled on Joe Biden, which is what, to their credit, the Biden team said was going to happen. And I think we're going to see the same kind of kinetic. I don't know where it will end up, but this is the replica remedy, except for a Democratic presidential primary, right? Are we looking for somebody who's a little safer, not as, pugilistic, et cetera? Or are you going to end up with somebody who is like, throwing haymakers, and people might not agree with everything that they say, but they do agree that they're going to fight for them. And I think that's what we're going to see play out over the next, year and a half, 2 years.
I think.
Go ahead, Quinn.
Oh no, I was just going to say, I think that historically, the term electability is mean a person with like crossover appeal that can sort of win the middle, right? In these primaries, it's like, how can you go to the left enough in order to win like the primary, but then also not put yourself in a camp to where you're like done for when it comes to the positions that you took in order to win the primary when you're trying to move back to the middle. That's been the age old thing. I think that the phrase electability or beauty is in the eye of the beholder. To Sam's point, electability is in the eye of the beholder. What is making someone electable right now is how they feel about it. And I think in 2019, COVID happened and Donald Trump couldn't account for that. And people wanted stability. And so there was this element of like Joe Biden can provide us stability. And, he was also had crossover appeal, and that made him electable. Now with the Democratic Party writ large, where people are feeling like the people that I routinely vote for Democrats aren't delivering. I give them my vote and they don't get things done. And so to Sam's point, the term electability is basically kind of like who they feel like is going to do something different than what is the thing that's already done. And so even the phrase electability deserves some like definitional parameters put on it, because it's completely different to a different subset of voters. And a lot of times it's analysts and people on the Democratic side putting that phrase on people. But I think it's really coming from the traditional sense of, can they appeal to people in the middle? And again, to the point that I made earlier, not can they excite the base? Are they electable to the base? It's just, are they electable to the middle? And that's the term that we generally use. And that like when our committees go into these states and try to pre-destine a candidate to be the nominee, that's when you see the base in these states being like, fuck off.
Yeah.
Taking a quick look at the latest in Wisconsin, Crowley up by about 2,000 votes after a dump in Green Bay, which has Hong up ever so slightly. 77% of the votes in. Sam, what are you thinking looking at this?
I'm thinking, it's not over till it's over, but I like what I said a little bit ago, which is I'd rather be Crowley than Hong. I don't think that's enough. And those 28,000 or so absentee ballots in Milwaukee City alone will get dropped in mass. And, they're probably 50% or more, over 65 voters. It's his home base. Again, I go back to, my comment about the polls, but, if you're an absentee voter in Wisconsin, you are likely a consistent Democratic primary voter, which means you are also likely to be, 65 and older, and thus disproportionately a Crowley supporter based on everything we're seeing tonight. So this goes back to when I said at the beginning,
here's how all the public polling could be wrong. And if Crowley wins, this is what happens. It's playing out, and I think that probably reflects in that last ballot drop, but I could be wrong. This has been a weird night. It is a weird night. The markets currently have Hong at 62%, which feels bananas to me based on some of the numbers, but again, these have been so topsy-turvy all throughout the evening. What holidays what holiday should be banned?
Oh my God.
Sam,
I feel
you're
like this is fucking Groundhog's Day is all I can tell you with you and your Thanksgiving conversations. Before we delve back into holidays, I did like the last point I wanted to make on electability is I think there is a difference between, I think people get really mad when it's like, oh, the entire Democratic establishment is telling me so-and-so is unelectable versus what happened over the last 2 weeks, which is that people saw Fran go out there and just not look ready for prime time and all of the stuff that was getting dredged up. I think people are making that calculation in and of themselves because, I think per previous points, like people don't trust, like how many times has the establishment told them, oh, this is what you have to do, this is what is electable, and we've proven ourselves to be wrong. But I think when people see that kind of performance down the stretch for with their own eyes, it sounded like even some of the pro Hong folks that Holly was talking to down the stretch here started to get real nervy seeing those missteps. And the one other major loser from tonight, if Crowley pulls this thing off, there are going to be some recriminations on the right because Fox News and the Republican Party have just been running full speed with, they can help themselves, but to hold up Fran as like the new avatar of the left. And man, they should have just waited 10 more days because they might have been tipped this thing.
Yeah. I just simply think you shouldn't go on Fox News unless you really know what you're doing, or you're
there's nothing better than a really good Fox News hit from a Democrat. And there's like, on one hand, we can count the number of Democrats who should do it with regularity. Listen, campaigns matter, campaign staff matters, for all the crap consultants get. Like, there's a reason why you want really serious, super experienced hands, guiding you through what is a really tough process to begin with, let alone when, you're really in the crucible of it, given what, Hong stepped into. If she ends up winning, it will be because she herself muscled it through and a bunch of Republican money spent on the outside, because that's who they clearly wanted to run against. And if she doesn't, I think, a lot can be said about polling and what was the campaign thinking over the last 3 weeks.
Yeah. I mean, yes, but I will just say about the Fox News thing, like I would have been totally fine with it as soon as you get through the primary. Like, I think that I totally agree with you, Sam, that you need to be a political athlete to be able to pull it off and go into it with a plan. Not everyone is Pete Buttigieg or Zoran Mamdani, but like when you're Zoran Mamdani and you go in there in a general election context, when they've been, painting this insane caricature of you, and you can totally defang that image that they've been painting, and you're like, well, this isn't some scary Muslim communist, it's like a fucking incredibly charming guy who wants to help me afford things. And so like I think there's value to going everywhere, but like if you're up 20 points as like a not particularly media savvy leftist with 2 weeks left in the primary, like don't go on there and have them just like read off your worst tweets to you and just be like, yeah, I said that.
I mean, look, I obviously don't condone it. And, obviously Rob and I have lived through our fair share of people critiquing what interviews you decide to take or all of that. And so I get it. But the point is that I keep coming back to the polling because there's polling that says she's up 20. Crowley's own campaign put out polling that showed him down 18 points.
Crazy.
And you could theoretically, I'm not saying that I agree with it, that I would have done it myself. You could also envision a group of people sitting at a table with a candidate and being like, we're up 20 points.
Pivot to the general. Yeah.
Which I think is what she was doing.
If you had a bad interview, you can still lose. You can drop 10 points and you're still going to win this race. Like, I think the fact that she was up as much as she was might have, if I'm trying to think like the people at the table around her, might have told them, what's the worst that can happen?
I think that's 100% right. And like, that was a lot of the pushback. I mean, I had a bunch of people tweeting back at me when I tweeted like, why are you doing Fox News at the end of the primary here? That like, there were people that were agreeing. And then there were people who were like, dude, fucking get over it. She's pivoting to the general. She's up 50 points. Like, stop living in La La Land. And I was like, maybe. So I think that is right about the strategic calculation to the extent that there was one.
But generally, I would say optimistic. If you're a Democrat, you should only go on Fox News if you're trying to disarm and make people believe that you're not what they say you are. But the objective of going on there as a liberal, as a Democrat, is to make people believe that those voters in the middle that you're trying to convince that you're not what they say you are. And she didn't need to do that Democratic primary. The electorate. So that's the point where it's like, even if you are up, who are you talking to on this interview? Why would you?
100%.
But I don't know.
We've got a drop that just came in for Hong in Eau Claire, which good drop for her. Looks like she's likely to take the lead tonight, according to Zachary Danini of Vote Hub. Question is that absentee ballot that you were referencing, Sam, earlier. But things starting to shake out a little bit for Hong. I think the question is just, what remains? It's
Sam, do you have like the county like returns pulled up anywhere in front of you?
No, I'm not tech savvy enough to
What-
look
Sam,
at this.
don't worry,
and
Q.
return.
Q, we can have the graphics department bring that in really quick. Hold on, here we go. We got
This. I'm just trying to understand like looking at the counties, what's the biggest portions that are like out? I mean, obviously, Dane is a big one, Milwaukee, Madison, Claire, but like from like what's left.
So
what's like what counties are gonna decide?
Yeah, there's a bunch of central counts kind of scattered about, which are basically absentee ballots come in. Most municipalities in Wisconsin count them and then report the results to the county. The county reports the results, and not a Wisconsin election law expert, so like bear with me, people. Some of this might be a little wrong, but basically, in some places, there's actually a central count where municipalities send those absentee ballots to be counted centrally, and then those get reported. Milwaukee is one of them. So Milwaukee has, in theory, at least 28,000, I believe, absentee ballots that will all drop at once because they're centrally counted. It's not like each individual municipality or polling place that count them. Madison, on the other hand, counts all their absentee ballots in the polling place. So they're just counting them throughout the day, which is why you get, on some election days, you get a whole bunch of ballots that appear to be cast really early in the day, like today, and then it tapers off. That's because it was probably slow and they were counting all the absentee ballots.
So that noted election denier Tom Tiffany, as soon as Hong takes the lead, is going to be screaming, "Stop the vote! Stop the vote!"
We should talk about Tom Tiffany, actually. The guy has a lot of money, and like more money than everybody combined. This has been a theme on this show, which is like, how much is money actually good for? But irrespective of whether it's Crowley or Hong who makes it out in Michigan, like, should Democrats be worried about that? It's a lot of money.
I mean, yeah. And so just to give folks a little context on the Wisconsin's one of these states where there's zero limits on at the state level elections, on campaign finance. So he got like $9 million from a couple checks from right-wing billionaires, and he's just been sitting on that. So yeah, it's going to be a real challenge for Dems to overcome. But he also has a tremendous number of vulnerabilities and is incredibly closely tied to Trump, who I have to imagine is sitting at, 25 points underwater in Wisconsin. I think that the national atmospherics are going to be favorable enough that the money won't get you there. But I don't know, Sam, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think Trump's last poll I saw, he was 18 points underwater, but he is trending towards George W. Bush 2008 territory. Is that enough? No, absolutely not. We got to run a real campaign. I will say, as recently as April of this year, the Wisconsin Democratic Party and Chris Taylor proved that they can run against Elon Musk level money and still pull this off. They've got, especially for a midterm cycle, 70 plus staff already waiting, already doing the work on the ground. If you notice, every candidate, and this is like a measure of why a good state party can really make a difference. And credit to Ben Wickler, of course, but especially Devin Remaker, who's kept it firing on all cylinders, raised the money, done the call time, etc. Every single one of those candidates in the primary, all 417 of them, they were all saying the exact same thing about Tom Tiffany. It was tested, it was disseminated. They briefed all the candidates. They had an operation. The candidates know what they're inheriting. There's a unity tour plan starting tomorrow with a breakfast in Middleton, Wisconsin. Like, this is dialed in, and Tiffany's yes, up 3 based on Marquette. Again, polling might be wrong here, but up 3 in the Marquette poll on Francesca Hong, tied with a couple other candidates. So like, we haven't laid gloves on them yet. We've got a real operation. We can win this no matter who the nominee is, but it's going to take a lot of work, and just running against Donald Trump alone can't do it.
Quick, nearly live look from Francesca Hong's HQ when the percentages flipped. People going crazy in there. Playing Le Freak C'est Chic, which is, song of the moment in there. So some folks feeling excited at Hong HQ. Meanwhile, we can go take a look at the Michigan Senate race, where Flanagan has opened up a 10-point lead on the Dem side. Significant margins basically everywhere except for the very sort of suburban-y areas, but really looking quite good for Peggy Flanagan in Minnesota. And so we could have the establishment just, splitting it tonight. But again, what is the establishment?
In that Minnesota 2nd congressional district, which is Angie's old district, Matt Little cruising to victory there. So another win for the left in a flagship race in Minnesota.
Crazy. Just crazy, guys. So my thing is that I think that we could probably get rid of President's Day and move it to, what I would probably do is I would take it and move it to August, because I think one of the I have 2 thoughts here. One is, I think there's an issue, which is that August has no holiday. And now you may say, well, the whole month is itself kind of a holiday. And so why do you need one? But I do think a 3-day weekend in the middle of the month would be good. But I do have a more controversial take. And I do think if Francesca Hong wins, this should be part of her effort to unify the party. I think that Thanksgiving should move to June because it's too close to Christmas. And
That's
I think
a terrible take.
It's the worst take I've ever heard. Are you going to eat like 1,000 pounds of food in June in like shorts and a t-shirt? No.
But I think having 2 feast holidays too close together is preposterous. I think it's ridiculous. I think the rest of the world feels that way. And I just think also traveling twice to the, going home and stuff like that, I think it's a mistake. So I'm not going to stand up for Francesca Hong here on banning Thanksgiving, which we shouldn't do. I don't think you should ban it, but I do think maybe we can relocate it.
You don't want to defund Thanksgiving. You just want to reposition it.
Exactly.
Significant structural reforms.
Exactly. Woke 1 was crazy. Woke 2 is crazier. We're moving holidays.
Woke 2, instead of eliminating holidays, we should just add a bunch of holidays. Just like lots, like every Monday is a federal holiday for a different reason. And most of them, like, kids get gifts. You want to get the youth vote like really locked down, talking about adding to the base of our party. Lots of days off school, gifts.
That's what I'm talking about. I got to be honest. One of the craziest days of the White House was when Juneteenth just sort of like happened. And it was like, in 48 hours, we're going to, like, if they pass the bill, there's going to be a holiday. Everyone's taking it off. Amazing. So you can just do that, like that is
that's a real holiday.
That's a real holiday.
Should have. But wait, did it happen like literally 3 days before Juneteenth?
It was like the bill passed the Senate like 48 hours out. And on like June 7th.
Forgot about that.
And then like we got an email being like the office is closed tomorrow. I was like, this has existed for a while, guys. We could have like, done our homework here and really gotten this done. But so if that can happen, we should the machinery of the government can move. Anyway, feeling like a crazy night here, guys. Feeling like a crazy night. Do we think that there are things that we should read from this as we go into a presidential primary, as candidates are gunning for all of this? I actually feel like I don't have a good read on what my takeaway from this ought to be for someone who's thinking about running for president, other than electability really matters. Black voters are still voting in historic numbers, and you shouldn't write them off. And, we shouldn't be rushing to appeal to, like what is sort of narratively good for the in-group. But I don't know. How do we think about this?
I think like, oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead. No, I was just going to say that I actually think more because these elections are just so different. The candidates are so different. I actually think that the biggest things that you can learn are after these primaries are over with, and how you can sort of bring the voters back together, or try to work to attempt to bring the voters back together. Because I mean, you'd see, in Michigan the day after it was over, Haley Stevens and Syed, holding hands up together, saying she even before saying she would support him. I think that there is this thing about understanding how voters are going to respond, and sort of how you can sort of build the coalition. Because I think at the end of the day, the individual states and the amount of, just even Wisconsin, the amount of people that were in this race, out of this race for various circumstances, the governor saying he wasn't going to support anybody, then supporting somebody, it's just such an anomaly of a race.
Yeah.
And it's almost like asking me what somebody should learn about a presidential from 2024. And it's just kind of like, it's a big anomaly, and you hope that it doesn't happen again. But what I do think is, on extremely divisive issues that sort of divided and that sort of people campaigned on, Israel Gaza being one of them, data centers and how people feel about that. And then really looking at the numbers in the general to say, okay, did the person that supported this side and their candidate didn't win, did we get them to turn back out? How can we engage them? I think it's some of the biggest lessons that people should be paying attention to, more so than just sort of like, because again, I don't think in 2028 people running for president are going to want to align themselves to say, I'm a Peggy Flanagan type or a Crowley type or I'm a Hong type. They're not going to do that. They're just thinking about the win. And so it's, how can you bridge that gap and bring the party back together after these types of races? Because you're going to be dealing with voters on both ends of that spectrum during the primary, and some more or less on either side, depending on what state you're in. So,
yeah,
I think that's
I think that's super smart. And I think like the other thing that is something for people to keep in mind is, the left has had a lot of good performances where I think there is something of a floor to, in all of these races, there's been like a left candidate pulling 30-40% of the vote. And I think like the primary, as you said earlier, Q, like it ain't going to be a 2 or 3-way race. Right. And so like, I saw a lot of people writing off sort of the middle pragmatic Democrat, like the Mallory McMorrow lane, as like, oh, you can't win unless you're like the centrist candidate or the leftist candidate. But like, that's true, I think, in a 3-way primary. When there's 40 people running, like it's going to be who you're going to have to like, the dynamics are totally different. And if you can inspire people and if you can pull from both sides of the party, like that's going to be a huge positive. And so like, if you're either the left or you're sort of the Liz Smith-esque, like fighter progressive, Mallory McMorrow types, like I think there's still real opportunities for those kind of candidates to gain traction at the presidential level. And, when the vote's being split a bunch of ways, there are totally pathways there.
I just think these, especially hotly contested primaries, especially in the social media era where everything's sort of gamified and now folks are betting on it on Kelshi and tuned in. I think that they all too frequently have become sort of Rorschach tests leading up to primary election day. And as a party, our job is to make sure that they're not coming out of primary day. In other words, we learned some objective, truths, what worked, what didn't. This isn't about putting spin on the ball. It's like, how do we go win in the general? Because I just think if you believe, as I do, that we are in this sort of existential fight for all the things we believe in and want to get done for people who are really hurting. You can't, on the one hand, say like we just have to beat, fascists, MAGA, Trump, and say, well, let's spend the next 10 weeks, litigating why a super PAC a candidate had no control over came in, or why, a candidate that's too left for my taste is gonna, make me sit this one out. I just can't square those two things. I think at the end of the day, I completely agree with Quentin. These are all unique individual races. I think a lot will get read into whether Hong squeaks it out tonight or Crowley has this phenomenal, based on public polling, quote unquote comeback, when in reality the polling was off and, it was a kind of chaotic race. At the end of the day, though, we know candidate quality matters. We know that you can still grind out, real grassroots organizing. That's what Hong's been doing. We know that TV and digital and a smart, holistic communication strategy still matters. We know that super PACs and outside spending are an unfortunate fact of life. So we should figure out how to make them as good as possible until we have control of everything and can push campaign finance reform through, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But let's learn some objective truths and then come together and go win the general.
Hell yeah. I will say I was heartened in a real way by the post-Michigan, the speed with which Haley Stevens jumped in and said, I'm behind Abdul, the way sort of everyone got behind him. I think that is great. And again, it goes back to this thing. I think that we are just seeing the Democratic base be more pragmatic than the pundit. And when I say base, I mean the expanded Democratic universe and Democratic voters be slightly more pragmatic than I think the sort of Tea Party of the left narrative was, sort of giving people a sense of. Going back to the big map, the Kornacki map, Crowley up by about 900 votes with 77% in, still a significant amount, not a significant amount, but a good amount outstanding. I think I would rather be Crowley, but the problem is that a lot of the votes that are going to come in are still from that period where he wasn't in the race.
Sam, what's the latest you're hearing from the ground in Wisconsin here?
From the Nobody Knows Anything correspondents on the ground in Wisconsin.
Right. From our sources.
So about 17 to 20% of those absentee ballots in Milwaukee came in while Crowley was not in the race. So about 1/5 of roughly 28,000 votes. Now that it doesn't mean that they could have voted for him. It's when they're counted, right? So there's some, not insignificant portion that may not include him vote wise. I still think I'd rather be Crowley. I think this is going to be really, really close. And this could come down to that last central count drop, which is sort of the amalgamated counting of absentee ballots in municipalities that happens at the end of the night, Milwaukee being one of them.
Kalshi still showing Francesca Hong at 65%, with Crowley at 37%, which just feels crazy to me. Not that we ever encourage betting on this show, ever, but those numbers are nuts. At least in my mind. Sorry, Kalshi. Not trying to make enemies here on this show.
Late.
Oh man. Anyway. Okay, so looking ahead to the general election, how are we feeling in Michigan? How are we feeling in Wisconsin? We talked about this a little bit in the Wisconsin context and coming up against Tom Tiffany. Do we still think Democrats have the have the advantage in these, Midwest states at this stage?
I mean, Sam knows more about Wisconsin than I do. I mean, look, in Michigan, I absolutely think that we do. I think that there's energy there. I think that, again, the Stevens sort of, coalescing with Syed. And I think it's like the infrastructure. I mean, again, Sam knows Wisconsin, but I think the fact that, Devin and the party are ready, they're working. These races can be won. If Hong gets through tonight, there'll be, we'll see how donors react and give. I mean, we were talking about money before, but $5 million in a race like this, having that kind of cash on hand in a race like the Wisconsin governor's race, which Devin pointed out earlier, could be like the difference on a lot of things with national implications for a trifecta in Wisconsin. That money will be there. I'm not saying that Hong can't sort of can continue on the path that she's been on for the last couple of weeks, and that money will come. But I think it is a good sign that there's already been plans that, like, we're going to overhaul the team. We understand we have these deficiencies to try to get that money there. But in Michigan, I absolutely think that Democrats can still win there. I think that I'm heartened by the way that they both played it, Syed and Stevens. And, again, I think it would be remiss to not say it. I mean, I think Apex sent a clear signal. They're going to spend a lot of money against Syed and for the Republican, which I think is going to be a factor there in that money. But again, that could help or hurt him in either regard. It didn't seem it had effect, but not enough to make him lose in the primary. But I think it's going to be important. But I still feel good about Democrats' chances everywhere, and I would feel good about them even in Wisconsin, even if Hong is the victor tonight. So.
Yep.
The answer is yes.
Absolutely. Agree completely. I think in Michigan, we aren't even talking about Jocelyn Benson. I think she's running a really strong campaign. It's tough to win a third consecutive term, in a state like Michigan, coming off of 2 Whitmer terms. I think she will do that. I think Abdul Sayed is a very real political talent. I think people underestimate him at their own peril. I think he can and will win. I think there's a bit of a Mike Rogers, Tom Tiffany thing happening here. Mike Rogers had no real primary. He kind of skated by. I mean, the dude's, lobbyist that lives in Florida. He's lost statewide already in a pretty favorable year with Trump on the ballot to Alyssa Slotkin. There's, it's a target-rich environment for him when it comes to opposition research. In Wisconsin, same thing. Like, I think this is why I come back to, like, the team around a candidate really matters. If you talk to folks on the ground in Wisconsin who know Fran, as she's known on the Isthmus and Madison, like, they love her. She's the type of person you can have a beer at a bar with. Like, she's super cool, empathetic, like, very relatable, fun, good on her feet. That obviously hasn't come through over the last couple of weeks. So how do we harness that? Because that can play in Wisconsin, right? Wisconsin's voted for, the first, gay senator in Tammy Baldwin, who outpaced Barack Obama on the ballot. We've put Russ Feingold, a very progressive senator, in the Senate, on and on and on, right? And I think that's what if Hong's the nominee, we would have to figure out. And the same is true with Crowley, right? He has not gotten nearly the attention, even if he pulls this off, that Francesca Hong has, and we'll have to figure out how to really build a movement around him. But both can win in Wisconsin, and I think Abdul can and does win in Michigan.
I appreciate Abdul. Listen, I think we need to take a nuanced perspective on July 4th fireworks. I do think that, he raised in a previous, in a Pod Save episode that, we should get rid of fireworks on the 4th. I don't think we should get rid of fireworks on the 4th, but I do think we need to have a discussion about where we do fireworks. First of all, Donald Trump was doing fireworks at 11 o'clock and midnight in DC. That is way too much. He's done worse things, but that was pretty bad. And the people who just shoot off the fireworks, I mean, think of the dogs. So I do support that, I understand where he's coming from. And I do, he's pivoting to the general where he's talking about how he does support July 4th. And I think that that's an interesting, that's good here too. And, I'll be wearing my 4th of July, my Statue of Liberty costume on election night. Anyway, Lauren Pratra with a comment, Rob, LOL, are you dressed as Caroline Levitt? Which, listen, blessed be the fruit. And may the Lord open. Lauren, friend of the show, thank you for tuning in. Another interesting little tweet on the timeline that I noticed is Zara Rahim, senior advisor for Zohran Mamdani, tweeting about the very thin margin here. There is a bit of an interesting thing when you think about Zoran and, you know, his sort of commanding space right now, and AOC in New York, and sort of commanding space in the progressive lane, and what those things represent. You know, obviously El Sayed had won, but it was very, very close. Hong, you know, more complicated. I think this is, and of course Plattner, showing sort of a more textured analysis of what progressivism works. And I'm just sort of curious of how you guys read the distinction between New York City as a center of progressivism and the rest of the country, and how you need to adapt. I think, Sam, you kind of talked about this a little bit with, you know, the different, you know, the unity, and Q, you talked about this too. But, you know, how do we think about how progressivism truly plays in the broader you know, in different places, and what that needs to look like?
Yeah, I mean, broadly, I mean, obviously, you know, New York, California are places that are more progressive, and so I think that the term progressive is, this is going to sound like it doesn't make sense, but it makes sense in my head. The term progressive in New York or California is not the same as the term progressive in a state like Georgia or a state like Pennsylvania. They, you know, it's a label, but it means very different things, because pushing the envelope further in a state like New York is not the same as pushing the envelope further in a state like Georgia or a state like Pennsylvania or even a state like Wisconsin. That said, Zoran is just, and AOC too, but Zoran is just on a different level. Like what he's operating into. He's tapped into something in a way of communicating. And I think he's also obviously like pushed back on a lot of the things where it was just kind of like a lot of, you know, wealthy people when he was running were concerned this brand of this is going to ruin New York City. It's going to be this, it's going to be that. And there's a lot of mayors who would like to hold that sort of progressive title that's in other cities. I won't name any, but they're not accomplishing the things that Zoran Mandami is accomplishing. And what Zoran is showing is that you can be progressive, you can have these ideas, you can push the envelope, but you can also be pragmatic when you need to. And then again, there is nobody communicating in the way that he is communicating on anything and doing it as effectively as he is. Right? Like, I mean, the video like a day ago about Amazon drivers, or that was like a couple of days about Amazon drivers and him getting, you know, partnering with a legislator or city council member about passing a thing to hold like Amazon accountable for sort of delivery and the drivers. It's just, he's on a different level of, I don't know another way to say it. As you can't tell, I'm Zoran pilled just like everybody else, because I think he is that good. And I think a lot of takeaways from that. And so, yes, he is progressive, but I also think you take a Zoran Mandami and put the way that he can communicate with his electorate, with his constituents, anywhere else in the country, and he would be just as good as he is in New York.
Well, I say this as a graduate of Robert M. La Follette High School, named after the founder of the modern progressive movement. I don't know if I've said that already on this here podcast, but you know, I kind of hate that term now because it's gotten so bastardized and thrown around. I mean, to me, you know, as a liberal, very liberal person, I think that what people are looking for is a tone, a fight, and the tactics to not just communicate it, but try to get it done in whatever most creative means you can muster or possible, that matches the pain that they're feeling. I think that's what people are looking for. And what that pain is, and what the, you know, top two issues, or whether it's about, you know, capping rent because you live in an urban area, or it's about the data center that's stealing all the water for family farms in Wisconsin. It depends on, you know, the voters and the district you're in, where you are. The reason I think that people have pointed to a lot of what are labeled, I think somewhat incorrectly, progressive insurgents, right? I mean, we saw, like, you know, Rebecca Cook, not exactly a centrist, but also the progressive insurgent is a, you know, elected official from Eau Claire who had all of the establishment support of county chairs in the district. But I think one of the reasons that they are harnessing that is because of frankly, the market forces of needing to figure out how to, you know, to win, right? They're taking on people who are already elected, who've gotten a little too lethargic, a little too, stuck in their ways. So at the end of the day, like, to me, what the Democratic Party needs more of, we need a little bit more ruthlessness, and we need a little bit more fight. And we need a tone that matches what people are feeling, and not just a, filibuster, ooh, Senate precedent. Like, let's have that conversation. Supreme Court reform, let's have that conversation. Data centers, right? A lot of progressives very fired up about data centers. You know who else really hate data centers? A lot of conservative voters in conservative areas. So to me, it's about the fight, the tone, the tactics, far more than it is about some specific ideology, because that, what you're fighting for depends on who you're fighting for.
Yeah.
Before we go to you, Jesse, on this question, we do have a race call. CNN saying Peggy Flanagan is going to win the Democratic nomination for U.S. Senate in Minnesota, baby. A tough one for the establishment. But again, Peggy Flanagan, not that far out of the traditional Democratic establishment as a lieutenant governor, but still a win nonetheless up there. Jesse, what's your quick reaction?
Yeah, no, I mean, again, a huge win for progressives. I think I think that it is very hard. And we experienced this when we were doing Hillary in 2016, especially when you have a compelling messenger on the left, on your left flank. Like, it's really hard to run a head-to-head primary where your main differences in policy are all that's too ambitious. It's not realistic to get that done. And, I think Peggy Flanagan was really strong in messaging around Medicare for all, really strong in messaging on, abolish ICE. And like, these are just trying to play the nuance. It's just hard in a Democratic primary to be the one that's like, actually, I support a public option, but you're like, we're never going to get Medicare for all, or like, there needs to be more accountability for ICE, but so it's just when you have a strong messenger, and I think for the moderate, pragmatic wing of the Democratic Party, I'm very interested to see whether Alyssa Slotkins and Ruben Gallegos and Raphael Warnock and John Ossoff, there are a lot of really talented centrist-ish fighters, and we need, because if you're from that wing of the party, like, you need someone who can communicate something that is exciting and compelling and a theory of the case beyond just those things are too pie in the sky. And I think it's still people are still struggling to sort of find that message in a way that can land with the base.
I also think it's important to note that this makes very clear that the voters of Minnesota, Democratic primary voters, love welfare fraud, and that, I think, means I think that's you can take that to the bank. Nick Shirley, come on the show, you coward.
You were serious. You were never running for office.
Listen, Quentin, I accepted that I'm not going to have a real job ever again. Okay, and now
you're fully into this podcast thing. You're like, you're not going back. Oh no, I do think though it will be like a really interesting show though for you two to do at some point. That's like defining these like terms, right? And like honestly, like ranking where our party is on it and the people within our party. Again, not to like put labels on people in that regard, but like I do think, and again, it's not a fully fleshed out thought, but like these labels are going to come at the peril of something, because right now progressive is basically kind of like you're the outside, you're the one that's willing to fight. And if we keep just like willy-nilly using these labels, soon for the people that are more centrist or the more moderate in our party, that's going to become where, well, you're just for the status quo and these people are trying to do something else. And if that happens because we keep using these labels, it's going to be bad. And I think it has ramifications of how Democratic primary voters view our candidates. And to that extent, even in the regards of like, who is spending against you can sort of put you in that label. Like crypto, AI, when they get involved in 28 and they're spending against a candidate, regardless of whether that candidate may or may not be on an issue, but just the fact that crypto spending big against you, AI spending big against you, are you the progressive candidate because those candidates are scared of you, right? Like, or because those industries are scared of you? And I just think it's going to have to be a really big conversation and a debate within our party about sort of those terms. And I would completely drop them because I think what Sam said is completely true. It's hard to talk about this as like political nerd monkeys without using these terms because they're just so ingrained in our sort of political terminology of today. But I do think we should drop them. And I think particularly Democrats heading into 27, 28, they're going to be very dangerous terms to be throwing around.
1 in 10 Americans have used, I mean, this blew my mind, have used buy now, pay it later for groceries in the last 30 days. Close to half have less than, I think, $500 in savings. Like, people are really hurting out there as costs go up, as Trump does all the things except what he said he was going to do to help them. Like, whatever that fight, whatever fight is required to reflect that pain, whatever that means in the district or town or place you're running for, that to me is the task at hand, whether you consider yourself progressive, liberal, centrist, whatever. Now, for those who are elected officials across the ideological spectrum, but especially that quote unquote centrist lane, like, we cannot continue to defend the indefensible, which are the systems and institutions that continue to fail people. And we say, all right, put us back in charge. We'll go fix what's broken. Like, we just can't do that anymore. So, like, what's the big, bold vision that's going to require a fight to get done that does completely change? Like, the Department of Education is gone. What should it look like in the future? What should, U.S. education look like? Let's go sell that. Let's go fight for that, right? Medicare for all versus public option, whatever. Like, let's not quibble about, let's go fight for, like, what does coverage for everybody look like that is reasonable to deliver and get done. Let's go fight for that. It might be one of those, it might be something totally harebrained and different. But to me, it comes down to the fight and the tone and tactics required to demonstrate that you see what people are feeling, which is pain.
Yeah, and I think, again, it comes back to, you have to be against the broken status quo. And I think it is incumbent upon, the, whatever you want to call them, the non-DSA aligned Democrats, to make arguments. And I think some of them have been doing this. Like, I think Alyssa Slotkin has been, adamant that, like, we cannot continue to stand for the failed status quo. And she's, she's ruffled some feathers by going after, Democratic leadership and stuff like that. I think Pete Buttigieg is out there talking about constitutional amendments and, and expanding the court and getting rid of the electoral college. And, there are ways that you can be a anti-status quo, a heretic, without being for, the DSA agenda. But I do think it's incumbent on people to explicate in a compelling way what that vision is, or else they are going to be branded as creatures of the status quo, which I think we all agree is the problem here.
We are taking a look again at the big old board. Still under 1,000, although more results coming in here, just over 1,000 votes coming in for Crowley. Some votes coming in Winnebago, the early ones looking good for Crowley, but they still haven't counted 30%. Oshkosh and the inner parts of the county. So still a little bit to go, but it is a nail biter. 83% of votes in. Quentin, have you worked on a race this close? Been on a nail biter like this before?
No, we generally went out for no, they're either you're gonna win it or they've been losses. But nothing this close. I think yeah, I mean, I don't know. I just think I was sitting here in my head thinking, is this a bigger, win for Crowley, or would it be a bigger win for Hong, or, what is the case? But I think regardless of what happens tonight, both camps should be really happy with what they were able to accomplish. And, I think it says a lot about the competitiveness of Wisconsin and the sort of sophistication of the voters there. And I think regardless, both sides are going to have to extend olive branches and do outreach. And again, I'm not even sure that you can say sort of extend and do outreach. It wasn't particularly like divisive or bitter. It's just the nature of like how it all played out. And so I think that this one will be one that is easily coalesceable around, a particular candidate, whichever one of them engages. But no, I've never worked on anything this close. And, as nail biting as they are, I'm glad to be on this side of it, just talking about it and not like in a war room right now.
Yeah.
Looking at it, you can only imagine what
you did. I mean, not to sell yourself short, I mean, I know you weren't on the campaign proper, but the Juliana Stratton win in the Illinois Senate race, which you were involved in on the PAC side, I think. But I mean, that was a pretty big upset, in that race with Raja Christian Murthy just kind of like cruising and having all sorts of money in the bank and stuff. So,
Our polls said we were down by 12, and then she won by 8. It's at a certain point when you're on these races too, when you're on that end of it, when you're like for Crowley, and even on the Juliana race, when polls are saying that, if you believe, you sort of know that you can like do something. To your point, when you said earlier, you're like, Governor or Crowley's team must have had some. I actually don't believe that because I can't imagine the reason that he would put a poll out other than to like downplay himself, believing that he's going to win tonight. So it's even more impressive tomorrow. Would be the only reason I would put a poll down that said I was 18 if I actually thought I was going to win. But when you're on races like that, all you can do is take, and you just have to kind of ignore it and then pay attention. But when the math also adds up when you've done enough of these campaigns where you're like, okay, this could be better. And to be fair, I've heard this phenomenon from a ton of friends that worked on the and on the side they were like, this is going to be much closer than everybody else is saying. The electorate, the early vote, like look at the data. These are people, we don't know where people are getting this from. So her team sort of knew that. And I think you have to sort of have that, ability, and everybody's professionals on both sides of the aisle, meaning of these campaigns, not Republicans and Democrats. I don't really know anything about Republicans, but I will say though that you just have to kind of like push through it and do what you need to do in order to win. But again, this one is particularly close, and I think that I didn't even pay a ton of attention, but how much paid media did Crowley do? Has he done anything? Does he have like a field infrastructure going, Sam?
Well, field infrastructure, I don't know about. And I should say, even if he doesn't pull this off, his main strategist, a unbelievably talented Wisconsin operative named Garen Randolph, deserves just a bonkers amount of credit for what they've been able to do in basically 2 weeks, no matter how this shakes out. And if they win, he's on a rocket ship. I don't know about field. I can't speak to that. I mean, most of the campaigns we're talking, 6-figure budgets, really. Like I saw Hong a couple weeks ago had $400K cash on hand, and I think Crowley was roughly that, so I doubt like a real field operation. But I think he was able to go on TV and radio and digital. She did not. So her campaign did not, at least.
We have a late breaking. We have some fresh legs onto the show live from SeaTac Airport. We have Dan Cannon, the knower of Wisconsin.
You got Sam here already, Rob. I'm just kind of filling in for with him. That's all I got.
No, it's good. That's a beautiful terminal. My God,
this is the new area of SeaTac. It's lovely. I recommend you stop by when you get a chance on your way to Alaska Q if you're ever going there. I know you want to be there.
No, it's not. It's nice, but it's not Hartsfield.
Can I just say whatever I know? At least part of it I learned from Dan Cannon, who was my first boss on a campaign in Wisconsin in 2008 when he ran the state of Wisconsin for Barack Obama, and I was like 14 rungs below him managing
Just
a field
three.
office in Stevens Point, Wisconsin.
Okay, well, speaking of Dan being a ball knower, I want to take you back to this tweet from a week ago. Dan saying, we haven't seen any data from Marquette's July 22nd poll. Hong going on a media tour exposing her most unelectable qualities. Basically, that this is locked. Doesn't think this was locked for Hong by a long shot, and now here we are. Dan, are you taking a victory lap on your predictions here? And how are you feeling, having been watching the results thus far from the plane?
Well, I had pretty poor Wi-Fi over the part of the flight that gets over British Columbia where you kind of lose the Wi-Fi. So I only had a few straight texts from Sam, which was, a good sample for me. But yeah, no, I think there's a lesson here for us that's consistent with what happened in Michigan, which is that it's tough to get samples that are accurate depictions of the demographic that's going to vote on election day. It's very expensive to get everyone that actually needs to be part of that sample, and pollsters often don't do it. We saw that with all the polling in Michigan, and it looked like that was probably happening in Wisconsin. But what I wasn't sure about, and the reason I didn't call a Crowley win in that tweet, and we'll see what happens tonight, is that Dane County and Madison is such a bigger part of the electorate than like Ann Arbor is or Dearborn is in Michigan, and so it still seemed possible to me that Hong wins, maybe even handily, just because of that. But I don't know. It's obvious here that there's a lot of vote that's not counted in some of these surveys. It's kind of hidden a little bit. I don't really have a take yet on what that means for the fall. But I do think it's worth interrogating what that means for what enthusiasm looks like in all the other polling we're seeing across, these other states. And yeah, Rob, I'll take a little victory lap. Seems like people were counting the chickens a little bit again.
Dan knows ball. Looking like there's there's only 84% of votes left. It's really going to come down to this Milwaukee ballot drop. But how weird is it that, what impact do you think Crowley not actually having been in the race for a period of time and the election coming down to votes that may have come from that period? Like, what do you make of that? Is there any way to know what to expect from that?
Well, I mean, if he doesn't pull this out and loses by, a few thousand votes, and we look back and say, man, there was Sammy told me this, like 17% or something of Milwaukee absentee ballots were counted when he was out of the race. So presumably he kind of trimmed his own sails there, at least with that batch. And then another batch of votes that were in across the state when he was out of the race. I mean, he probably spotted Hong 50 to 75K just from that period of time when he was out of the race going into election day, I would think. And so if he ends up losing by a few thousand, I think we're all going to look back and say, what in the world, between the Sarah Rodriguez debacle, Mandela staying in, Hong getting out, getting back in, Mandela getting out very, very late. It seems pretty obvious that just a slightly better managed process by kind of the establishment could have delivered a more clean-cut victory here. That seems obvious to me. He may still pull it out, but boy, some second guessing is going to happen if he doesn't.
Can I ask a question I've been wondering about all night? A lot of stick was given to Tony Evers over the course of this process, but I don't know. Does Tony Evers know ball? What credit does Tony, governor of Wisconsin, who came out and instantly endorsed Crowley and brought him back into the race, what credit does he deserve here?
Mixed bag for me. I think he deserves credit for sort of having an instinct that was maybe a little sharper than the Kalshi followers around our politics. I mean, look, Tony, remember, he won a primary, where it was super crowded. And I don't think a lot of folks back in his first primary for governor were thinking it was going to be Evers back then. I got to go back and look at the totals, but he was not really a favorite for most of the time and kind of rode through a very contested primary with maybe an instinct about what Wisconsinites and Wisconsin voters really are all about. And that kind of proved to be true. And then he won a tough election again. So he is a guy that kind of gets the state. And I think he probably had a feel for it. There was maybe innate. So give him credit there. I think the question for me is just again, the management of the candidates who are going to be the favorites and who got out when, and did people kind of move quickly enough to consolidate? I'm not sure if that's on the governor's team or kind of like the rest of the ecosystem, but yeah, when people thought Crowley was dead, Tony stuck with him. Got to give him credit for that for sure.
Yeah, I mean, to your point,
whether he earned it or not, he should take it tomorrow if Crowley wins. If you're on Governor Evers' team, if Crowley wins tomorrow, take it.
Q, that's not really his style. I think he'll be happy to move on and keep going to work. That's kind of a lunch pail guy,
Yeah, he is absolutely a lunch pail guy. I mean, I agree completely with all of that. I think there are plenty of folks I talked to in Wisconsin as sort of the post-debate Mandela getting out, Crowley getting back in with the governor's endorsement, we're sort of like, what are we like? This is chaos agency. The one thing I will say, I'm not sure if they're as strong as Whitmer's here in Michigan, where I now live with my wife and daughter. But Tony Evers is still pretty popular with Democratic voters in the state. And I mentioned earlier, there was this very stubborn 15 to 20% of undecided voters in public polls, even when you had this giant field, and even when everyone was consolidating around Rodriguez and Hong as sort of the two, most viable options, just this very, very stubborn 20%. And, it seems as though he decided that he was going to try to unstick that. And no matter how it shakes out, yes, it added some chaos to it. Yes, he had said he wasn't going to endorse. But at the end of the day, I think we need politicians who take risks, who take on big fights, and I think he deserves some credit for, if that was the incentive, this, I want to sort of try to unstick this. That he's taken some heat and some accolades for that.
Yeah, I mean, again, not to be a Tony Evers hater, but to Dan's point from earlier, there's 140,000 votes that have gone to the combination of Kelda Roys, Joel Brennan, Sarah Rodriguez, and Mandela Barnes. So again, I do give credit to Evers for throwing his punch here at the end, but it does feel like if the establishment had gotten their act together a little bit earlier, or a little bit more with a little bit more strength, a little bit more gusto, and stick it to him, as Haley would say. Maybe the votes were there. The votes were there.
But is Kelda help? I haven't looked at this enough to know for sure. But did she pull? I'm sure she pulled from Hong a bit in Dane County, right?
She did.
A net benefit?
Yeah, so this is Kelda Roy, state senator from where I grew up. And yes, I think that is definitely happening a bit, because especially early on, the non-Madison Dane County Hong margins were not what people were expecting, including myself.
Yeah. Can I give you my little parochial hot take? Sorry, Kiwi. This is my last one. The Thanksgiving stuff was a big deal, nationally. I actually don't think that was the thing in Wisconsin necessarily, but there was a thing Sam and I were talking about where someone asked Hong about what she would do, if she defunded the police, or reform, criminal justice, and where the money would go. And she gave this answer that if you didn't kind of know Wisconsin politics, you might have thought was fine. She talked about putting more money back into the University of Wisconsin-Madison. If you know anything about Wisconsin politics, funding the flagship university in the capital, which is would be saying Joe Biden being I'm going to fund American in Georgetown, with a program. Everywhere else in the state, they don't want to hear that. She was so deeply of the Isthmus of Madison that I think more than the Thanksgiving stuff kind of came across to folks, and that's maybe what did her in at the end of the day. We'll see.
So what remains is largely Winnebago, which we sort of expect will be good for Hong, a bunch of rurals, and then this Milwaukee drop. Based on what you know, Dan and Sam, who know this state, going into Milwaukee, who would you rather be right now?
I think slight edge to Crowley, and I would say slight only because we don't know about that 20% that dropped in before he got it back in the race. That should be at least marginally better for him, I would think. And Winnebago, I don't know. Winnebago is going to be. I'm not sure it's necessarily net positive for Hong. But what was Green Bay Central count, Sam? That was down for her, wasn't it? At the end of the day,
it wasn't what I think many of us expected it to be.
Yeah.
So Winnebago probably nets Hong 2,000 to 3,000. There's some rural central counts still out, which Crowley's done well in. So say, it's maybe 1 to 2. The Milwaukee early, and then this is breaking news from the Nobody Knows Anything correspondent on the ground in Wisconsin. But there are 15 majority Black wards on the north side of Milwaukee. David has won by at least 70% in every other similar ward that have not yet reported election day.
Yeah.
So again, who knows what's in that absentee ballot central count drop. I think narrowly, I'm with Dan. Narrowly want to be Crowley, but a lot of asterisks.
Yep.
Rob, what does the market say?
Well,
Let's briefly say, is it 62.51?
we'll bring in. It's flipped in the last 4 minutes.
They're watching. They're watching the podcast.
To
That's
Crowley
why.
75. Thank you, bettors, for watching the most trusted source for the most trusted source.
That's crazy. It was literally just 62.51 for Hong.
So, Rob, why does Kelshi sponsor this podcast if it's so erratic and all over the place?
They don't.
They don't. We are not sponsored by. We are truly independent. No one is paying us to do this. We just look at it. We tend to look at Kelshi instead of Polymarket because Polymarket it just feels like a bad vibe over there. You know what I mean? Not that Kelshi's a good vibe. Not that any of these guys are good vibes, but whatever. So anyway, yeah, no, but this is the thing. It's like, what fucking good are you? The fucking truth markets. Anyway, I have a question. There's a word that is starting to float around on social media, which is recount. What?
Shoot me in the fucking face.
How likely do we think that is? The rules in Wisconsin are that the trailing candidate can request within 1%, right?
Yep.
And if it's under under quarter of a percentage point, so under 0.25, state pays for it.
Right.
Between 0.25% and 1%, the candidate has to pay for it.
We got Commie Fran. She's not even in office yet, and she's getting the state to pay for unnecessary shit.
That would be chaotic as fuck.
Dan, is that right? Did I get that right?
I was going to say the same thing. That's right. I think it's a 0.25%, not a 0.5%. But yeah, there's a threshold for the state paying, and then otherwise you can request it as a candidate, but then cover it yourself. But outside of a 0.25% or 0.5%, it's not going to flip, right? But that's where it could get real. That could definitely happen. I mean, I haven't crunched any of the numbers from the flight, but I could see that happening given where the margins are right now.
I do want to give some flowers to Fran because, Q was talking earlier, and as listeners of the show will know, I am similarly enthused about Zoran's generational talent. We were talking, and Hong, it has a lot of skills, but she's clearly not a light the room on fire type orator, but which almost makes it more impressive, the movement that she has managed to build. Even if she doesn't pull this thing out, she's turned out an incredible movement coming from relative obscurity, and the data center issue was huge. But she was doing all sorts of events in every kind of event you can possibly imagine, DJing shows and working bars and going to various festivals, and I think there's something to be learned about how you organize one person at a time in unconventional ways to build something here.
And votes don't lie.
Yeah.
She's amassed this number the whole time. There has been somebody else in the race that you would assume should have been able to beat her. Mandela, the former lieutenant governor, Crowley. It's not like she was in it 85% of the time alone.
Right.
She was doing this the whole time against some version of an establishment candidate that you would assume would be able to easily beat her. And she's still been able to position herself in this way, which I do think she deserves flowers.
Yeah, Q, I don't know how you feel, but I think, when there's a narrow election that you don't quite win, you can still maybe learn something from that experience. You and Rob and Sam might have a thought about that. But I mean, no, seriously.
I'm here to tell you I learned nothing.
Oh no.
He's still in a pilgrim costume. We're on hour 4.
We did it. So, yeah.
No,
but I would say they suck. I'd rather get blown the fuck out than to lose by a little bit.
Fair enough.
It sucks. Again, I haven't been in it, but I just looking at it to be like, I lost by 900 votes, 1,500 votes. I can come knock 900 doors myself. You know what I mean? You're just what else could I have done? You just agonize about that rather than losing by 15, 20.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Listen,
go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was going to say my favorite story, one among my favorite stories from the 2024 campaign was that the analytics team's final projection was us losing by the margin of us putting our headquarters in Delaware and not Pennsylvania. Because it had us losing Pennsylvania by 1,000 votes. So, anyway.
That's on the nose.
We lost.
There was also
more.
I won't explain how I know this, but there's also like an 8-figure reason based on additional travel costs because Wilmington didn't have direct flights. Philly did. So like there was a lot of money that went to extra flights.
Yeah, we just took the train to Philly, Sam. I did at least. Look, but can I just say I'm gonna have to jump to my connecting flight, but I want to say, Jesse, to your point, and Q to your point, we definitely should learn something from Fran because she did hit on something that was powerful. The data center stuff was just, like a lightning bolt for voters. She hit a chord, struck a chord. I think she made some huge mistakes by going on all those, Fox News interviews at the end, which probably cost her. So if you like Fran and you like, her politics, you should be self-reflective about the stuff that she did that was absolutely toxic to that kind of politics. And if you don't like her, if you just want to win overall, you should look at the stuff she did that absolutely lit voters up, and moderates can learn from that. And we can all learn from where the polling was undercounting or miscounting what the electorate actually is. So, like her, hate her, like Crowley, hate Crowley. Like, I think as Democrats who want to win overall, like learn the stuff that we should learn from this because there's lots of good things in this. And she ran a race that was compelling to a lot of people, win or lose.
Dan, go catch your flight. Thanks for joining Nobody Knows Anything and for knowing Wisconsin ball. We have some breaking news here on Nobody Knows Anything. We are tracking a development in Wisconsin. The USB drive that contains the election results is currently being driven with a police escort to the county courthouse where they will be uploaded.
Wasn't this like a plot on Succession? Like burn, just like mayhem in Milwaukee on election night.
This is how we do it. Literally, some woman is just driving fucking.
Listen, it's hard for Russia to hack the whole system. If some lady in Milwaukee's driving it to the courthouse, I kind of love that.
Rob, the real question is, are we going to be going live on Thursday night, another important election night, with Nigel Farage facing Count Binface in the Clacton by-election?
Listen, this is Binface's best shot at it, so we have to stand above it.
Binface would be like a legitimate competitor in the Democratic primary right now in 2028.
Yeah, exactly. Binface would be like, I don't know what holiday Binface would be against, but
Halloween, because everyone's like trying to step on his mask game,
Exactly.
I'm gonna head out. I'm gonna because I can't keep looking at Rob looking like
I know.
I don't know what looking like. It's just ridiculous. And Sam's on the West Coast, so it's a good time. But I will say, if he's out there listening, Garen Randolph is a very close friend and really good operative, and I don't know why he would be watching this while his candidate is in the.
Don't know why anyone would be watching this.
The people in the know.
But if he is, he deserves his flowers too.
Amen.
For jumping in and taking for a race like this. So, but thanks for letting me hang out with you guys tonight. Got to go walk the pup, and then I'll be asleep by the time they call this race. But we'll see how long you guys last.
We'll see.
Thanks, Q. We
Bye,
appreciate it.
Q.
Oh my God, just the three of us, boys, and a couple hundred of our friends. Although we're looking at we're up over a couple thousand on the stream, so feeling pretty good. Hey guys, we're just here, we're hanging out, waiting for a USB drive to go to fucking. There are just a lot of moments where I'm like, this is how we fucking remember in 2020 when the Iowa caucus was via an app that didn't work, and it's like, this is how we fucking decide who is president of America. Like, what?
Rob's like, I think the MyPillow guy had some good ideas. I think that it could be true that we shouldn't ever trust any election on a computer again.
I think that, I don't know. Listen, I'm all for early voting. I'm all for absentee ballots. the democratic process matters. Not a good night for our guy absentee ballot. I got to be honest with you. It's
Dude, there are ways to fix this. This like drove me absolutely insane. Same with the ranked choice voting shit. Like I'm a huge ranked choice voting advocate, but it cannot be the case that if you have ranked choice voting, you reconvene like 15 days later to figure out who the governor of Maine is. Like that.
I know.
Silly.
In concept, it makes a lot of sense, but like especially when you have an entire party, one of the two major parties attacking election results to especially the presidential primary, to say, all right, we'll see you in 7 days.
It's literally called instant runoff voting. What happened to the instant part? They should call it week-long runoff voting. Like, what the fuck are we doing?
Do we have is there like an OJ camera, like a helicopter following the election results to the county courthouse in Milwaukee?
We cut, unfortunately, we had to discuss this in the pre-show. We cut our helicopter budget and we put it all into costumes.
All $9.
All $9. I will say, Ari Gaserman, Cornell, saying that you're a Swatch guy. So it's not just, that we have great costumes. It's that your wrist game is pretty good.
Oh, well, I appreciate that, Ari. Thank you for noticing. He must be a real watch guy. I'm not. I did have an Apple Watch, and then the reason I got this watch is because Rob is a new father yourself. At night, when I would get texts or signals and I was like trying to rock the baby to sleep, it'd buzz and she'd wake up, and I was like, this is untenable. So I decided to invest in my $65 Swatch watch.
Dude, I'm out. I am out on the Apple Watch. I stopped wearing it. I'm out. No more.
It got annoying.
It got really annoying. It got really annoying. I'm trying to beat the screen. Now, here's what I will say. All y'all making fun of me. Daniel Hoskins, Rob looks gorgeous. I'm just saying. Thank you, Daniel. This is peak masculinity, and I really appreciate you weighing in. All right, let's go over to the big board, which is just the New York Times. This big board. Crowley slightly widening his lead ever so slightly now, up by about 3,600 votes, with 87% of votes in.
She's gonna net some couple thousand votes out of Winnebago. Yeah. And then again, theme of the night, it's en route to the county courthouse, but what's in that drop? But that feels pretty heavily lean Crowley to me.
Yeah. It does, like it. She's probably going to net 3,000-4,000 votes from Winnebago, and then you got to assume he's going to net more than that out of Milwaukee, and he's already got a 4,000 ballot lead. I mean, again, nobody knows anything. That is the name and running theme of the show, but you certainly would rather be Crowley at this point, I think, than Hong.
You certainly would be. Do you think if you're an election official that driving the USB with the police escort is your
Super Bowl?
That's the coolest thing.
It's the Olympic torch of election officials. I carried the USB from Winnebago.
Absolute unsung heroes of democracy are the people who show up and make I'm sure it's like $10 an hour for their 12-hour shift and all across the country, and just do it fair. I mean, it's pretty cool if you really step back and think about it.
Yeah. And you have to say they've gotten much more attention ever since Donald Trump, being the hero that he is, has sicked his masses to threaten their lives.
Attention. Yeah. Attention is a very you are a former spin guy. Yeah.
Death threat. That sounds like publicity to me.
Interesting tweet over here from J.R. Ross of WizPolitics.com. Pretty good turnout numbers for Democrats overall, no matter how the result goes. 64% more Democrats voted than Republicans. So it does show there is, irrespective of who wins here, it really is the turnout that we made along the way.
But I think this is a real point, and it has been true across a bunch of states. Like in Michigan, I think there were over 1.5 million votes cast in that Democratic primary, and like 900,000 votes cast, and and there was a real Republican race for the governor nomination. Rogers was kind of the coronated candidate for the Senate race, but there was a real race at the gubernatorial level, and like you're seeing this across a ton of states. I mean, even in Mississippi, we saw Scott Colomb, our friend of the show, get almost as many votes, cast in that Democratic primary than as the Republican primary in Mississippi. So I do feel good overall. And I can't even remember who was making the point earlier, but this race was never particularly venomous between the candidates. In fact, it was confounding that Fran was up, as much as she was, and in that last debate, nobody even really took shots at her as the runaway frontrunner.
I'm sure we can find examples of this that would refute this, but it feels very, as the resident Scotty, it feels very Wisconsin to me. Like that state, no matter how it's voted in the past or votes in the future, like really good people, like, a bunch of these folks were all in the legislature together. Like you can tell there's a genuine camaraderie. And you layer on top of that the infrastructure of the Democratic Party in Wisconsin, Devin Remiker and team doing a phenomenal job picking right up and making even better what Ben Wickler had put together. There's an infrastructure waiting. I mean, the fact that there's already, the morning of a contentious primary that got a ton of attention down the stretch, could have gotten very personal quickly, did not. That the morning of the primary, there's a whole rollout of they're all having breakfast here and then they're getting on a bus and going around the state. I mean, that's what we want to see. And this is, I think, to my point about primaries are all too often a Rorschach test leading up to a primary election day. How do we, sort of minimize that coming out of it and just, fall into a race, so to speak. And this is also why primaries are good. Primaries are healthy. Like, 2008, like I remember one of the longtime data folks at the DNC when I first got there saying that in 2008, the primary alone doubled the number of volunteer leads and doubled the number of prospective volunteer data that they had gotten because of, a primary that went to a bunch of different states, hotly contested. They ultimately came together. Like it was good for the party to do that. And I think it will be here too.
Yeah.
I completely agree with that. I think that the primary is going to be, the presidential primary will be an absolute fuck show, but a good fuck show, a positive one, because it will do all these things. It will let us have the big conversations about the party. It will let us sort of get people to have sort of live pitching. And it also helps drown out the other side. I mean, the other thing is the earned media value of a primary. It helps shift the turf of the conversation overall. So I'm pro primary, dude. Let's do it. Maybe I don't want to work on it, but let's fucking do it.
I learned long ago not to trust strange men dressed as pilgrims promising me a good fuck show at 12:10 a.m. But I take your word for it.
I'm now officially unemployable.
Yeah, exactly. We brought you onto the show to talk to a couple thousand people, and no one can ever work again. The other thing is I have to wear this for for Marky Moulton. We're doing we did this for Massachusetts. I have to wear this. You could dress like a lobster or something, or a clam.
Dude, that primary, talk about primaries that have not been constructive. That primary has gone off the rails, and Seth Moulton is just like baselessly accusing Markey of being like an Epstein guy. Yeah, so that's fun.
Yeah, that was weird. Yeah,
that was weird. I thought so too. I think Markey also thought so. He was like, "What the fuck? I didn't do Epstein stuff." He's like, "I don't know. Your name was in the documents." Yeah, he was like, "I don't know. You had a lobbyist once, and that lobbyist knew Epstein." I was like, "What? That's different than like, sextorting a bunch of children. That seems like not the same."
Yeah. I would like that one very much to be over. And
there was a great Boston Globe article the other day that was basically like everyone is disillusioned by both candidates and wants this race to be over. They're like, dude, just let us watch the fucking Sox.
In the spirit of wanting primaries to be over, what general election candidates, any level, any race, what general election candidates are you guys most excited about?
All right, Mr. Optimist over here.
Ooh, this is a good question, though.
Not as optimistic as the Pilgrims, which were the OG optimists, because they were like, "We're going."
I believe in religious. I believe in religious freedom. Oh, can I offer two? Yeah. Taking the obvious, John Ossoff. Cool. All right. Great. Fine. Show fan. I gotta be honest. I'm kind of excited to see what Troy Jackson does. I think that's going to be a cool little race, and I think he's going to be a very interesting candidate. And I think that the way that has just sort of settled in up there is fun and exciting. I also really like Rebecca Cook. I think she's great. I think more staffers should run for office after waiting tables, but you know what I mean? But I actually really like her. I think she's quite good and should win that race quite handily.
I'm maybe a broken record on these sort of stretch races, but I am fired up about Scott Colomb in Mississippi, Adam Hamilton, the pastor in Kansas, who that race is going to be a real fucking thing. Like truly, like that is a winnable race. And Annie Andrews in South Carolina. Like we have some A+ candidates in some, stretch but not impossible states in a midterm that I think is all evidence is pointing to a wave type election, and I am really excited to see if one of those guys and Dan Osborne, not new this cycle because he ran in 2024, but independent in Nebraska. I think at least one of those candidates I think has a good shot to win if this is like a D+10 type midterm electorate, and I'm fired up about those candidates.
Yeah, you got me Cologne pilled, dude. He comes on the show.
Rules. He fucking rules.
I was like, that guy is awesome. Really impressive. We have some breaking news out of Milwaukee. County officials or city officials have handed the results to the county clerk, saying it'll take 20 minutes to upload the results.
You really don't know how many steps there are between a USB drive getting things tabulated on it and it getting to the person it needs to get to until it's 12:30 and you're 4 hours into a podcast and you're like, oh, there's another step.
Please, I want to take this costume off. Can we just fucking get this over with? Can we just fucking get this over with?
Oh, Lord.
Oh, my God. There's gotta be better. Like the other thing, okay, can I just say, like, imagine you like step on the USB drive or like the file is corrupted or something. Like, are there backup procedures? Is there a decoy? Is there a different USB drive in a catering truck? Like, what are we?
I don't know, guys. I think your producer, which I'm sure is both of you, should have accounted for that in the guest lineup.
We should have had a USB guy.
A USB person or like an election official.
That's true.
I gotta imagine they could just like go back and re-download it. I don't think it's like Mission Impossible where it like destroys the copy.
We should have gotten the Hunter Biden laptop pawn shop guy, Mac, whatever his name was, and he could have been our expert on recovering files from strange devices and election.
Has Hunter been on the show yet? I love what he's doing. He is just like, I love it. I love it so much. Going into the lion's den, just like throwing haymakers. I'm here for it.
Dude, listen.
I never want to hear from any Bidens, frankly, again. No offense.
We have not invited him onto the show. If he comes on, we'd love to have him. And we'll just see. Jesse can take the day off.
Yeah. I'll do whatever shows he's been doing. I'll go do the circuit of like Tucker Carlson and Marjorie Taylor Greene and whatever else he's been doing.
I love this. This is a hard pivot here, but I love that you can tell literally all of election Twitter is doing what we're doing right now because no one has anything to say anymore. Like everybody's just like waiting for the USB to get downloaded.
Just fucking upload this stupid goddamn thing and we can go to bed.
Apparently, Kornacki just said the well may be dry for Francesca Hong in Dane County at this point. Her path to victory is narrowing. So,
Yeah, there's no real pockets of vote out there for her. I mean, when I'm trying to figure out, while not appearing to not be paying attention, I'm trying to figure out Winnebago, but I just like Crowley's got votes out there.
Yeah, like
and
a
he's
lot,
still up,
a lot
right?
of votes. Yeah, he's up 3,200 votes right now, and there's what 28,000 votes left in Milwaukee County. I mean, you got to assume as soon as those votes drop that, barring something unforeseen, the race may be callable as soon as those votes get tabulated. And in the meantime, scintillating conversation will be had by all.
Will be had by all. Sam, Wisconsin old fashions. Can you?
Yeah.
What's the deal?
So it's really too bad that we lost Dan Cannon into his connecting flight for this, because this is where we would vibe well. So Wisconsin old fashions are not your traditional old fashioned. First, they're made with brandy, not bourbon. So it's a brandy old fashioned. And if you know what you're doing, you order it one of two ways. You order it sweet or sour. Sweet is with 7-Up or Sprite. Sour is with Squirt. And then they throw a little cherry on there. Some fancy places might muddle the maraschino cherry, but we're not doing like fancy like walnut bitters, whatever. No. This is just like E&J brandy and Squirt with maybe a little like cherry in there.
I've had one Wisconsin old fashioned ever in my life, because I was in Madison for approximately 12 hours for the Gracie Abrams Bon Iver GOTV concert that
I can't believe we didn't get over the edge with Gracie Abrams and Bon Iver. Sure, you can't afford your rent, but I mean, we got Bon Iver.
Okay, I do have to say that the Dome, whatever it is in Madison that like is near the school, I don't know what we were in some dome.
You just love spheres. Is there
Kohl Center? You're in the Kohl Center.
Yeah, there. Gracie Abrams came out. It was fucking electric.
They loved her. Yeah,
dude,
I remember seeing that. I was jealous.
Holy shit! But anyway, I ate at some restaurant by the Capitol and had cheese curds and a Wisconsin old fashioned, and I was like, "This is not an old fashioned. This is like its own thing. This is a unique."
No, it's an old it's an old fashioned, and that restaurant is called the Old Fashioned. It's fantastic. My favorite thing about the Old Fashioned. So the food is amazing. It's on the Capitol Square right there. Anybody who needs Madison Restaurant Rex, shoot me a Twitter DM. On their menu, I hope they still have it, but for a long time, they had a beer menu. And the beer list is unbelievable. Wisconsin, known for its beer, just like dozens and dozens, maybe hundreds of local Wisconsin microbrews. And then there's a section that says imports, and there's one beer listed, and it's Bud Light. That is Wisconsin in a nutshell, and I love it.
Hell yeah. I've found myself on what are the dinner clubs? Supper clubs. I found myself on the version of basically TikTok reviewing supper clubs, and I feel like I should go to one. They seem amazing.
You should go to a supper club. There's an entire supper club culture that still exists in Wisconsin. For those of you listening who don't know what a supper club is, obviously Wisconsin is a very rural state. And so in the olden days, but also still to this day, a lot of small towns, a lot of, family farms. So there's only one kind of establishment, and it's a supper club. And the reason what makes it a supper club is that there's three components. There's a bar, it's separate, it's like a separate cocktail area. There's a restaurant, and then there's usually like a small stage or like a area for live entertainment. And so the idea of a supper club, it's not like a club, you don't like or literally join it. But you would go on like a Friday night, you come out of the fields, you'd go to a supper club, and you had your entire evening right there in that restaurant. So you'd start with a cocktail, probably a brandy old fashioned, at the bar. and then you'd go to a seated dinner and you'd have your fish fry or whatever it was. And then once dinner was over, you'd go and you'd see the live entertainment all within one building. And then you'd, get in the truck and head home.
Life should be that way. You know what I mean?
It
Life
still
should be
is
that
in
way.
many parts of Wisconsin.
I want to be like the rural voters of Wisconsin who went and got a cocktail, had a nice dinner, watched some live entertainment, and voted for Crowley. I mean, that is like, that's just like what life is about out there.
And, you just take off that pilgrim costume and head west, baby. You got this.
What? Okay. Actual serious question. Stepping back, Bernie Sanders stays out of this race. AOC stays out of this race. Two people who have made, I think, a number of their endorsement pisses off people on the left all the time, but they are making very smart decisions as it relates to endorsements and who they engage with.
I would say, I'll let you finish the question, but I would say AOC has been extremely judicious about who she has endorsed. Bernie, I mean, obviously he's been strategic, but he has endorsed like a lot more, over 80-ish candidates. I don't, so it's not like he's been quite as sparing. I mean, he hasn't weighed into a lot of governor's races. He did endorse Jackson back when Jackson was running for governor, but I was not surprised that AOC didn't jump into this race. She also didn't endorse in the Minnesota Senate race, but Bernie very much did, so it did feel like it said something that he didn't want to touch this one to me.
And like pretty overtly, got asked the question directly and was like, I'm not going to do it.
Well, she seems to be a nice woman. I was like, that's good. I'm sure that's what she wanted to hear from you.
But what do you think that is? Why? Why not?
It seems like I think even more than Bernie, she has been, very judicious and thoughtful. Strategic makes it sound like she's playing like 4D chess. I think she just has a standard, which is like, can this person win? There's overlap in their sort of orbits of who supports them. I think very highly of a lot of them. I don't know exactly why this specific race. The only thing I can think though is, it was a big field and there were other really progressive candidates in the race. Kelda Roy is the state senator from Madison who has been in the double digits for most of the polling, right?
I do think my understanding is that a lot of those guys were behind Mandela last time and, still feel a lot of affinity for Mandela Barnes. So it wasn't shocking to me that they didn't jump into the primary when he was in the race, but like they could have, if they wanted to try to tip this race, they could have weighed in once it was clearly going to be a 2-person race between Fran and David Crowley. I don't think that people wanted to be associated with her. Like, not that she hasn't done a lot of super, super impressive stuff, to get to where she is right now. But I think there's a real concern. I think even like, I wonder if Mom Donnie has any regrets about, throwing all of his weight behind a few candidates in New York who just are not the, communicators that he is and have a lot more vulnerabilities. There's risk to associating yourself and your movement with candidates who, I think her missteps they should not define her, but they are a distraction from the core economic populism because you're dressed in a goddamn pilgrim suit instead of talking about her policies to put money in the pockets of working people,
That is true. But again, you have to defend your holidays, and it's important. No, I agree. Do you think she would have, but for the Thanksgiving and the tweets and going on Fox News and being like, I regret nothing. Do you think she would have been able to pull it out? Like, do we think that these numbers were baked in the whole time, or was this sort of a last second
I
reconsolidation?
100% believe that if she just disappeared for the last 2 weeks instead of doing a national media tour, she would have won this race by easily, comfortably. Not like double digits, but 5, 8 points.
Here's why I'm not sure that's true. Well, the last couple of weeks didn't help at all, especially like a late, Bernie or AOC or any other, big progressive name endorsement that didn't come in. The timing of when she started, had some stumbles, wasn't great for like a late endorsement. Although, not privy to their thinking, don't know what went into it. But I also just come back to this very stubborn 15 to 20% of undecided voters that were stubborn before it coalesced into a Rodriguez Hong and then Hong, Mandela, Crowley, whatever, and she was a thing, by the time a lot of stuff started happening. And it was in part why a lot of stuff started happening, or at least it was a factor, right? And I'm just not like, if as it appears to narrowly be heading, that Crowley's gonna get across the finish line here. It just feels to me like that 15 to 20% was just kind of waiting to figure out who, like they knew her. They're like, we're not with her. Who were they going to throw their support behind?
Guys, we have Francesca Hong is speaking to her supporters right now.
I don't think folks were expecting to talk about a gubernatorial campaign. I met so many folks who knocked their first door with this campaign. Yeah. Folks who organized their first event, made their first phone call, text. Hey, they may have even broken no contact to tell their exes to make a plan to vote. And they did it. You did it because you truly care for the people of this state, and you care about our shared future, and you care about opportunity for others, for strangers. We have built a beautiful, multi-generational, multi-partisan, multi-racial, working class movement. And it is a movement that meets the moment. This is unprecedented here. And this is how we're going to win together in November and for Novembers to come. The fight continues no matter what. Because no matter who wins this primary, we're going to continue to fight for each other. We are going to collectively reject despair, and we are going to unite. We're fighting for our communities whose land Tom Tiffany happens to be selling to big tech and big oil. Where it's Tom Tiffany's Medicaid cuts that are shutting down our hospitals. And when our neighborhoods defund Tom Tiffany, and when our neighborhoods and our neighbors are disappeared by uncontrolled ICE fascists, it's Tom Tiffany who shows up in support. And while he's doing that, we are fighting for hope. We are fighting for the freedom to show compassion to one another and to show care for the people around us. But our compassion is not soft. It is resolute, it is tenacious, and it will never yield. It is a demand that we are fighting for each other. And in 11 weeks, no matter who's on this ballot, y'all, we are going to fight to win for one another. We will win together, united. Because everyone who's running in this race, they know that we can make better possible. And we must make better possible. And together, with each other and for each other, we will make better possible. Thank you all so much from the bottom of my heart. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Oh, man.
Okay, well, I thought this comment that we got from Ben Tyson that was giving Paul Rudd in Parks and Rec, "I've never been so relieved this is over," which is, I think, quite funny. That felt a little concession-y to me. It felt like she kind of knows where this is moving. Was not a "we're going to fight on."
And I gotta say, like, my heart kind of breaks for her a little bit because she just, I say whatever you will about Fran. Like, I think she is a remarkable person and a very like optimistic and, just like in it for the right reasons idealist. And she has every reason to be proud of herself and proud of the campaign that they built and the movement that they built. But like, she also, it again, maybe it's just my acid flashbacks from 2016, but you go into the night expecting it to be one thing where you have, done something incredible, and that she kept it together much better than I certainly did in 2016 as I guzzled Fireball behind in the depths of the Javits Center. But she does seem like she knows that she's not going to come out on top.
Yeah, I almost feel
man.
like an asshole.
I mean,
almost. Unrelated to anything that's happened tonight, but that's.
I think, if she does lose, and that is a unbelievably gracious thing to do, right? To go out there before it's final, to not say we're fighting to the end, counting every vote, but like start talking about us together, because that's what will get clipped, right? Like tomorrow morning on the morning news, no matter who wins, assuming it's called tonight, which it looks like it will be, whatever she said tonight would have played. And like, I think that just takes, man, that's classy. I also think like Haley Stevens deserves a ton of credit.
I was about to say, man, two people that have gotten roasted from the exact opposite sides of the party, but both of them just deserve so much credit. Like, it is one thing to eventually come together and unify on behalf of the Democratic Party or whatever. It is a totally different thing to do it like in real time as you are processing all of those emotions at the end of a bitter primary. And like, both of them just have acted with tremendous grace,
Well, I mean, us OGs remember in 2008 the Pumas. It was like pissed off, mad as hell, something, right? The Clinton supporters. It was ultimately a very, very small subset that was very loud, but talking about how pissed they were coming out of that primary, and there were like, you can imagine the political reporters, all the stories, like human interest on this Puma and insert random town. Not helpful, and this is the opposite of that, no matter how it shakes out, which is heartening to see.
Agreed. The opposite playing out over on the Republican side. Mike Lindell will not concede. He claims there were anomalies in the numbers, and his team will be looking into them overnight.
He did pre-tell us that he was never going to accept any election results ever again because computers are cheaters or something.
But Sam, I think you were totally right. It was an unbelievably gracious speech, and I do think we are seeing this kind of across the board. The losers, not named Graham Plattner, being incredibly gracious and thoughtful, and the unity stuff. And I do think that is a good sign, and I do think it means that like this is all a little overcooked. The like primary, interwar, interfactional stuff. I think voters are mostly focused on trying to win and may have different views on how to do that, but our candidates are coming together and being very classy, and I think that is a really good and admirable thing.
And like, especially in that Michigan primary, like it was so bitter, and it can't be overstated how much difference it makes how the candidate behaves. Even if you're not actively fueling, certainly in 2008, Hillary was not encouraging her super fans to be, vitriolic toward Obama, and same with Bernie toward, Hillary in 2016. But like, they also, neither of them was like, I'm going to go speak at a giant unity rally like the day after the primary. It's just a totally different thing. And that lack of direction, from a candidate, even if that's all it is just like, I need a few weeks to process and stuff, like it just leaves all of this room for people who have poured so much of their heart and soul into this thing to continue throwing haymakers. And it's really hard to do that when a candidate comes out like the night of the election and is like, rah, rah, everyone needs to go knock doors for Abdul El Sayed. I'm going to do it. You're like, I mean, how do you say no to that?
I also think there's something just, putting my former speechwriter hat on, there's something incredibly powerful about a former foe standing there, especially, telling the story of why they're supporting that candidate, despite just being up against them. And you see this a lot with, candidates that aren't straight white men, right? Like they at times, either because the media is less receptive to it or voters less receptive to it, but, telling their story, even when it's an incredibly compelling story, can be hard. And having a former, foil in the primary up there saying, here's who David Crowley is, or here's who Francesca Hong is, here's what she's fighting for and how it overlapped with what I wanted to fight for, but we're fighting for it together. Like that's really, really powerful.
Yeah.
Yeah. I totally agree. I totally agree with that.
So is it like an internet speed thing? Like, do we have to go to Milwaukee?
We dealt with this on the show, it's just internet be slow sometimes.
First 5 episodes, we were basically sending individual megabits in the mail for the first few shows. So I know, I know.
I was like, I just heard the thing that you said from 2 hours ago. It just came through.
Taking a look at Wisconsin across the board, 91% of votes in Crowley in the lead, all coming down to this Milwaukee drop, baby. I have to say, Milwaukee, great town, one of the best.
I haven't spent a ton of time there, I got to be honest.
I have stayed a couple of nights in the Pfister Hotel, which funniest named hotel in America. I would have to go so far as to say, and very haunted apparently.
So it is so haunted, allegedly, that the Pfister is the nicest hotel in Milwaukee. It's this old, historic, beautiful hotel. It's so haunted that for a long time it was the hotel that opposing teams would stay at when they came to play the Bucks. And there's like a not insignificant number of teams now that refuse to stay there because it's like made the rumor. Apparently, for those of you NBA stands, apparently Swaggy P, Nick, what's his name, like it said that he saw a ghost that grabbed his foot when he was on the Lakers, and so he refused to stay there.
What a clown.
Ever again. The other thing, fun fact about Milwaukee, apropos of the primary election here, not 1, not 2, but 3 socialist mayors in the 20th century.
Yeah, sewer socialism. That is a lot of what people have been trying to bring back. I mean, Zoran has been talking about pothole populism, and it's, very clearly, he said as much, that it's basically a direct reference to sewer socialism. And I do think that aspect of what he's done is something that we should all learn from, but especially, people who want the wing of the party that wants to do big government programs, whether that's Medicare for all or other ambitious, government programs. I think like Zoran Mamdani very clearly understands that like people need to see action and need to see government doing small things in order to start to believe like, oh yeah, like maybe the government could do universal childcare, and if you can't fix a pothole or like a speed bump or whatever these basic day-to-day problems that have real impact on people's lives, like people need to see that to start to gain some of the credibility that we're going to need to convince people that we should do bigger things.
Yeah, indeed. We are still awaiting the count in Milwaukee. What why does this happen with Milwaukee? And like, it's always Milwaukee. It's always Milwaukee.
It's the central count system. I don't know. Again, next couple years when we do this again for the next primary, we'll have to have a Wisconsin elections person up.
Do they do pre-tabulation of early votes and early absentees?
I
think they're allowed to do it on election day. But
there are some things like that feel like things that I know it's hard when you have divided legislature, but like things that would make just counting and results faster that like should not even be partisan. I know it has become partisan in some states where Republicans who say they want fast results then block legislation to enable that. But like it does feel like there's some stuff like that is just like low hanging fruit.
Yeah. Funny tweet has been shared by an anonymous listener of the show. Can't believe Wisconsin Dems are on the verge of getting away with 47 weeks of fucking around and 0 finding out.
Wisconsin Dems still got it. My people, it's non-linear, but no matter how this shakes out, they will be an array starting tomorrow morning. Or maybe that unity breakfast is more like a unity lunch brunch.
I was going to say, is the breakfast tomorrow?
It's tomorrow. Yeah.
Oh, brother, we gotta
listen.
Breakfast. It's a unity dinner. Give it some time. Ain't nobody want to be at that.
Yeah, and the GOP leader in the Wisconsin House had just confirmed has blocked pre-processing time and again. So they've tried to get it through to allow for pre-processing, and Robin Vaz has blocked it.
Yeah, this has happened in Pennsylvania too, where Republicans blocked bipartisan legislation to allow for pre-processing again, which does nothing other than like make it easier to get votes counted faster on election day. Rob, I don't know if you have this tweet you can pull in, but to the point of Democrats leaning into unity, Angie Craig, suffering a pretty brutal loss tonight and already out with a tweet and graphic, with a full-throated endorsement of Peggy Flanagan, Onward Together. I offer her my wholehearted support. So, I mean, just, you got to hand it to these guys. You can't emphasize enough how much it fucking sucks to work your ass off for a year plus and have a night like this and to have the grace to like immediately be all hands on deck for your opponent is just, more grace than I have, which is why I'm but a lowly podcaster waiting for Milwaukee's USBs to travel through the Polar Express.
Hey man, don't sell your newsletter short. Don't sell your newsletter short.
Sorry, a multimedia nobody.
Oh man, I cannot believe it is Michelle Tafoya running for Senate. That is like totally crazy.
I mean, I'm all about getting fucking TV people who are super well known and well liked and can talk good. Outsiders, I think like, I mean, in that Georgia race, I'm sure the Ossoff team was very happy to run against a milquetoast, MAGA Republican who's been in Congress for a long time instead of a football coach who, an SEC football coach whose dad is a Georgia legend. Like, it is just a time where you'd rather have a outsider, who's well known than a run of the mill Republican or Democrat.
While we're waiting, Peggy Flanagan gave her victory speech roughly 30 minutes ago. There's a good clip of it I want to just try to show really quickly.
And Michelle Tafoya may not understand what you're going through, but I do. I was raised by an amazing single working mom struggling to pay for food and rent. So to me, food assistance isn't just another line item in the federal budget. It's why I was able to walk out of the food shelf with a block of commodity cheese under my arm like a football. Section 8 wasn't just a number. It's how we moved into our apartment in St. Louis Park. And Medicaid isn't just some abstract program. It's what kept me alive as a kid with really bad asthma. And that's why I've spent my entire career focused on helping families like mine get ahead. Because I know what it's like to stretch $20 through the end of the month. As the head of the Children's Defense Fund, I led the campaign to raise the minimum wage and index it to inflation, and we won. I worked for a decade to pass paid family and medical leave, and we won. And I helped win the battle for free school breakfast and lunch for our kids, for emergency insulin for those in desperate need. And let's be clear that these were moonshot ideas when we started fighting for them, but we knew that they were worth the fight. And when did we stop believing that our elected leaders could improve people's lives, not just make them a little less lousy, right? We need to start fighting for people again. For children.
Pretty compelling speech. I gotta be real. Peggy Flanagan, I did not know your game.
I do think like a running theme throughout these primaries is, and general elections, frankly, is like having candidates who actually understand what life is like and what government programs can mean to people, and have experienced things other than being born in the ivory tower to Ivy League lawyers and whatnot. Is just so much more compelling. Like you see it, whether it's AOC or like there've just been a lot of candidates that actually understand, exactly what you're talking about, Sam, about 1 in 10 Americans, taking the loans to, or whatever, pay later, for food and living paycheck to paycheck. And we just, sometimes I think the biggest problem in the Democratic Party is that detachment from that everyday lived experience. And the more we can field candidates like Peggy and David Crowley and others who understand what it's like to fight for, having food on the table and a roof over your head and upward mobility. And, I think the better suited we are to continue to expand the party's appeal.
I agree. Especially when you're up against Michelle Tafoya. How late do the bars stay open in Milwaukee?
Ooh, that's a great question. I mean, so I haven't lived in Wisconsin since 2008. It's almost 20 years. And then it was, I think, 2 a.m. statewide. But I feel like I remember hearing that Milwaukee may have later bar times now. Maybe a listener knows and can tweet at you.
When do bars close in Milwaukee? Because what's that one? 2 a.m. So they're still open. So we're certainly on at the bars in at least one of them. Someone's.
I did not understand that that's what you were implying, which I think is objectively false, regardless of the hours that they keep.
You don't know that.
isn't there also some law like in Wisconsin? Can't you drink under 21 as long as you're with your parents or something like that?
I think that's. I mean, you can drive a car as long as you stay on a farm. You can start driving, I believe, at age 12. I'll have to check on the drinking. I believe you can start with parental consent at 18, I think. But let me check with our on-the-ground correspondent.
It just feels reasonable to me,
Yeah. Who doesn't want to black out with their dads? Is that what you meant?
It's the Wisconsin way.
It's the Wisconsin. Why do you think everyone's so nice?
It is pretty funny. I wonder what they're talking about over on the Chuck Todd live stream.
Oh my God.
Hold on. Let's see. Let's see what they're talking about. I'm going to pull them in really fast. Hold on. Let's see.
We have to update like we have to update a lot of our sort of infrastructure of the small d democracy. There's clearly
okay, so they're as fucked as we are. I mean, that's the upside.
Well, now I'm curious if they're gonna say that Republicans been blocking efforts to.
Yeah. Okay. Let's tune in. Let's tune in and watch Chuck Todd live.
Nobody knows anything podcast is now just a live stream of the Chuck Toddcast.
Transparency and instant disclosure. There's a few things you could put in that I think
Chuck Toddcast reaction video.
To put some limitations on money.
Watch a sleepy pilgrim and two of his best friends watch Chuck Todd.
Close, but who the hell knows? What close? Well, internally, the production team is whether or not.
This is just wildly unserious.
Eastern, yes,
noticeable
Eastern.
Dearth of costumes on their show.
I see it's 8 minutes to see right now. The over/under is 1 a.m.
All right, thank you, Chuck Todd.
I said it would be right at 1.
Oh my God!
Because I want to push, basically.
I heard Skelly say last time that he was on because he just stayed on while the Michigan stuff went on. He was like, I just finished 12 straight hours of live streaming. I was like, what?
Is truly a remarkable 15-day like this. This is
like if this shit doesn't come in the next 15 minutes, this is over.
We're done. We're going.
This guy pulled an all-nighter to podcast to no one. We do that only for 4 to 5 hours.
I mean, yeah. Apparently, there's basically 8 individual tabulators that they have to upload. And so 14 minutes ago, they were saying it would be 30 minutes. So we got 15 more minutes.
Yeah, we 15 minutes is the absolute max I can go on this thing. Like they have like abacuses and abaci. And, I'm telling you, there's going to be another step after that. They're going to be like, oh, now the tabulator catcher has to hand it off to the
to a magic
oscillator.
You're like, magic gnome.
Oh, my God.
Have your other special guests hung around, stuck it out this long, or
if I tell you yes, would you feel better?
I mean, Hit was broadcasting from London at 3 a.m. with us.
That's true. That is true.
Yeah, that was a truly heroic. I mean, as is this, Sam. We appreciate you. Pour one out for our editor when Rob sends him a file that's 6 hours of us watching Chuck Todd, and it's like, cut this down to a 59-minute audio product for tomorrow morning.
Oh, God,
good stuff.
Yeah, no, this is why it was nice to tune into the Chuck Todd cast for a couple seconds, because it was like, oh, they're as boned as we are. They have nothing to talk about either. Fucking crazy.
At least we're kind of fun.
Barely.
Is there is there a way we can pull up the other candidates too? I'm curious where they are at this point. Not just Crowley Hall.
Yeah.
Let's dive in here. Yeah, good.
Yeah. I mean, they're pulling Kelder Royce has 56, 57,000 votes. Joel Brennan, 35,000. Sarah Rodriguez 30,000, Mandela 28,000. Like that's just so many votes.
Yeah.
140, 150,000 votes going to.
I mean, it is a. I mean, if Crowley doesn't win, this is the thing. This is like, it's heartbreaking now, no matter what happens, because on the one hand, you have Francesca Hong, who walked into tonight thinking she was potentially going to be the front runner to be governor. And then you have Crowley, who, if he loses tonight now, it's going to be because of a bunch of freak shit.
Oh my God. The vote beat reporter on the ground, Alexander Schur, says, update, there will be a very long delay to the Milwaukee upload. 5 of the USB sticks were missing results from the election. Election officials have to go back to the absentee facility to get the results again.
Oh my God.
Good night, friends. It's been real. David Crowley is probably going to win, but you'll find out in the morning.
Oh my God. Well, I think that is definitely the end of this live stream, people.
Well, if I can put in a plug for no matter who wins, wisdems.org /contribute, wisdems.org /contribute. No matter who wins, we have an army. We need a bigger one. They're doing great work. And also, no matter who wins, shout out to Garen Randolph, who did an unbelievable wizardry level over the last 2 weeks. And the rest of the Crowley team, incredible work. Thank you guys for having me on.
Thanks for joining.
I just realized when you're doing your best, pitch for the Democrats that we had a 5-hour live stream and didn't manage to ask you about Ken Martin or any of the other countless interesting things we could have been talking about instead of cranberry sauce. You live and you learn. You live and you learn.
You live and you learn.
Thanks, Sam.
Well,
we appreciate you.
Well,
it's fun.
Well, thanks, Sam. And thank you all for staying with us here on Nobody Knows Anything late into the evening. We will be back on Sunday.
In studio,
in the flesh, having great times. And so stay with us and we'll have all that and more. And we'll report on what the fuck is about to happen.
Catch you guys
All
Sunday.
right. Good night.